Ready? This regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of Socorro ISD will come to order, please. The date is Wednesday, May 15th, 2024. The time is 6:04, and we have a confirmed quorum. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your patience. We'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. One of our outstanding students from Colonel John O. Enzer Middle School will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. The remarkable opportunities provided by SISD have empowered Jacob Evan Torres to step out of his comfort zone and explore new possibilities. Jacob sang the national anthem at the 2024 Spring Games and at the Partners in Education Luncheon. Jacob serves on his school student council, and he was inducted into the National Junior Honor Society in April. A talented artist, he has designed t-shirts and posters for school events, United for Autism, and the El Paso Children's Hospital. His artwork was most recently on display at the District Art Show. Jacob has also created short animated films featuring Godzilla on TikTok. Jacob's TikTok account has more than 80,000 followers. Jacob's success serves as an inspiration for other students, showing that they too can overcome challenges and thrive. Please stand and join Jacob as he leads the Pledge of Allegiance and sings the national anthem.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight all the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Jacob, thank you for that amazing performance. Continuing with our agenda, Acting Superintendent's comments. Mr. Vasquez.
I can't believe you're going to make me follow that, but great job, Jacob. Great job. Good evening, President Nahara, members of the board, members of the community. First, I'd like to take this opportunity to wish our board secretary, Mr. Paul Guerra, a very happy birthday. His birthday is next week, so I hope you have a good one, sir. I'd like to begin by acknowledging all of our amazing SISD Campus Teachers of the Year, who we celebrated this past Friday at our annual Teacher of the Year Gala. It was a beautiful, fun event. Everybody had a great time, and a big congratulations to our two district winners. We had our elementary winner, Virginia Collier from Elfie P. Chavez Elementary School, and Christopher Martin from Enzer Middle School, who just happens to be here because that was his student who is singing right now. So congratulations, Mr. Martin. You can please stand. All right. I'd also like to thank everyone who came out to support our students at the District Art Show and who helped with the Socorro AFT 1 million book giveaway on Saturday. The DSC was packed with families of both events, and they really showcased what Team SISD is all about, coming together for the good of our students, providing them with opportunities to succeed, and highlighting their achievements. Thanks again to all who supported these events. Just as an update, in the last few weeks, I've been able to visit 45 of our campuses to talk to our faculty and staff and have these open, honest conversations about the challenges we're facing in the district and our efforts to get back on track. I've really appreciated the great input and discussions which have been important for me to help understand where we're at as a district and really to help rebuild these relationships in the community. I look forward to visit the remaining schools in the coming days. Along those lines, I'd just like to address a couple of items that were mentioned at last week's board workshop, the Aquatic Center and the Escondrias Pre-K building. We have not made any recommendations to close the Aquatic Center. However, we are reviewing the impact on such a move to our school programs and to our community. Again, this is one item that we are just looking at, but there are no recommendations at this time, and no recommendations have been made. Regarding the Escondrias STEAM Academy, I'd just like to reassure the community that there are no plans to cut the early childhood classes at the campus. In reviewing the operational efficiencies, we have discussed the possibility of moving the classes from the historical building into the main building, however, with some specialized units potentially being relocated to other campuses in the Socorro community. There have been no discussions of removing grade levels from the school, specifically from the Escondrias STEAM Academy pre-K students. They will remain on that campus. I'll be at Escondrias on Tuesday morning to join Principal Aguirre for coffee with the principal, just to have a discussion with parents and see if they have any questions about that. Finally, I'd like to welcome some special guests today. We have our TEA conservators, Dr. Michael Hinojosa and Mr. Andrew Kim. We have already started working with them, and we appreciate the support and guidance from them. Dr. Hinojosa will be working primarily with the board on governance, and Mr. Kim will be working with administration on operations. But in addition to them, I'd like to also welcome a TEA Deputy Commissioner, Steve Leschlow. We'd like to welcome him and thank him for his support in being here as well. So this does conclude my comments. However, at this time, I'd like to welcome Mr. Leschlow, if you'd like to join us at the podium to say a few words.
Good evening. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Board. Again, my name is Steve Leschlow. I am the Deputy Commissioner for Governance at the Texas Education Agency. And I appreciate being given just a few minutes to speak to you this evening. So for the last few years, as you guys are aware, the agency has been conducting an investigation into really two buckets of complaints that have been filed through the agency system against the school system. One bucket of complaints relates to governance. The other bucket of complaints relates to some operational failures. Thankfully, that investigation concluded amicably a few weeks ago, resulting in the appointment of these two esteemed gentlemen to my right, who I will introduce in a minute. The reason I wanted to come and speak with you this evening is to share with you what the role legally of conservators, what the role is, and also what the agency's approach to conservator appointments is. Under the law, conservators, when appointed in a district, can direct the action of a superintendent and a school board with limited exceptions. So the Texas law allows the direct action of the district, but this is not the way that we prefer to approach our conservator placements. When we place conservators, it is the agency's great hope that our conservators serve as partners, as force multipliers, to not only fix the issues that have been identified, and there was a final report issued for Socorro, and so we know what those issues are, but also to serve as force multipliers for the superintendent, for the school board, in improving systems and processes across the board that are identified as needing improvement. And so it is our expectation and our hope that Dr. Hinojosa and Mr. Kim serve as partners in collaboration with the superintendent and the school board. And I want to give the superintendent and the board credit that over the last few weeks, since the formal appointment took place, you have welcomed these gentlemen. You have already shown to the agency that you are interested in solving the problems, in making Socorro the best district that it can be, and in improving in the areas where the final report is very clear there is much needed improvement. And so that has been observed. I know I regularly talk to these gentlemen, and their feedback has been very positive so far. And it's our expectation and our hope that that continues. And so we really do look forward to partnering and collaborating with the superintendent, with the school board, with the administration to not only improve the governance processes, but also to improve the systems and processes in the district to ensure that we are providing a foundation for our students, the Socorro ISD students, to achieve at the highest level possible. And so again, I look forward to working with you guys. I will always be available to you, Superintendent, anytime you have questions, thoughts, or concerns. But the boots on the ground are going to be the conservators. And so at this point, I want to introduce formally Mr. Andrew Kim and Dr. Michael Hinojosa. I've asked each of them just to prepare just a few minutes, not too long, but a few minutes bio, just so everyone knows how qualified they really are to lead this work. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Andrew Kim.
Good evening, board members, Mr. President, Mr. Vasquez. First of all, just thank you very much for the welcome. Your staff has been gracious. The hospitality has been fantastic. But I do want to recognize just the amount of parents and students that are in the audience. That's what it's all about. So in the middle of the week, to have this many group of folks to come out to a board meeting, it's a testament to the Socorro Independent School District. Certainly recognizing that quite a bit. I've been in education for 30 plus years. 15 of those been in the superintendency with 2 different school districts, tough ones, by the way. One in the Central Texas area, Maynard Independent School District, and recently the last 10 years for the Comal Independent School District, with equal challenges that we all face in the state of Texas. But it's been a wonderful experience to learn from others, and hopefully I can impart those to the staff here and work with all of you here as well too. I'm looking forward to it once again, to the resounding support that we've been getting from the staff. It's been fantastic, and we just do appreciate the welcome. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent, thank you for allowing us to come into your living room, especially with all your families here watching. I'm going to talk about the past, the present, and the future. Past, I'm proud to be an immigrant. I'm proud to be growing up in Dallas, but I'm also very proud that for 4 years I lived in this community. My son, who is at Harvard, went to Harvard undergrad and is at Harvard Business School right now, went to Helen Ball. And my wife was a teacher at Montwood High School for 3 years. And I was the superintendent in Fabens, and I was the Region 19 Education Service Center Executive Director. So for me to have an opportunity to come home to help you and work with you is a blessing, and thank you for your graciousness. I've known every superintendent since Jerry Barber, some good, some bad. And it is what it is. But the history of Socorro, when I was here, you had 18,000 students. You have almost 50,000 students. They're here. So there are many things that you've done well. Right now, we hit a speed bump, and the speed bump is serious. So there are some things in the present that we're going to help you fix. But let me tell you, student achievement is very hard to fix. And you don't have to fix a lot there. There are some issues there. But there's these other systems and processes and audits and things that are linear that we can help you fix. I was a superintendent for 27 years. And so I've been down this road and I've helped people do better. And we'll be here with enthusiasm and excitement to work with you. The community's yours. We're not going to mess with your community. We're going to work with you, Mesa Directiva, and with the staff to find solutions. Some of them are going to be hard. There have been some cans that have been kicked down the road. And there are some things, some courageous decisions that this board's going to have to make in the immediate future because you don't want to run out of money. These people are depending on you. So there are some tough calls that you're going to have to make, and we're going to work with the staff on recommendations. But let me close with the future. I look to the future with hope and aspiration because I believe in the art of the possible. I believe that Socorro can go back to the heyday that you deserve. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to be fun, because when you start knocking those things off, you're going to see a great sense of exhilaration. And de mi corazón, muchas gracias. I really appreciate you, and let's work forward together. Thank you very much for having us.
So again, Superintendent, Board, thank you very much for your hospitality. We are here to support you guys, to guide you down a path of improving systems, processes, supports, governance, in order to best serve 49,000 kids in Socorro ISD, because they deserve absolutely the best. So thank you very much. We are here available to you at any time, but we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Continuing Board of Trustee business, for a discussion and possible action regarding the SISD Board of Trustees and Superintendent Team operating procedures. As many of you know, in late March, we had a presentation of findings of an audit by Weaver and Tidwell, by Mr. Kastner. One of the findings and recommendations in that audit was that the board had not formally either accepted or viewed the board operating procedures, or at least that there was no documentation of that. So with that, in executing our action plan, every single board member received a copy of the board operating procedures and had the opportunity to review that. The board operating procedures covers, among other things, the duties of the board. It provides a code of ethics. It provides a creed of the board. It also summarizes many of the board-specific related policies and also provides rules of conduct. So every board member has received a copy of the Code of Ethics. We all received a copy, and there's also a form attached that we're expected to sign, both the operating procedures for the board as well as the affirmation that we have read, reviewed, and agreed to abide by the board operating procedures will be posted on our website under the board webpage. But in order to demonstrate, again, our commitment to accepting the audit findings and a corrective action plan, I ask that each board member, and I'll start over to my right, verbally affirm that they have received, read, and agreed to abide by the board operating procedures. I will start to demonstrate our commitment, so I do, and we'll have a vote afterwards, but again, verbally. I affirm that I have read, reviewed, and agreed to abide by the board operating procedures. Ms. Macias?
Yes, I have read, reviewed, abided, and am looking forward to collaboratively edit some of the procedures that we have in front of us.
Thank you, Ms. Macias. Mr. Barrera?
I've read the ethics, mission statement, laws and policies, and agree.
Thank you, Mr. Barrera. Ms. Nájera?
I have read, reviewed, and acknowledged to comply with our team operating procedures.
Mr. Guerra?
I have read and I received and I read the team operating procedures and to abide by the school and to abide by the board of trustees procedures here, operating procedures.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra. Ms. Gardea?
I have read, reviewed, and will abide by the SISD team operating procedures.
I've read, sorry.
Castellano?
Yeah, I've read, reviewed it, and will abide by the team operating procedures.
All right, thank you. So we've all verbally affirmed that we've read, reviewed, and agreed to abide. So these are our operating procedures. May I have a motion to accept?
Make a motion to accept.
I second.
A motion made by Mr. Guerra, seconded by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Next item on the agenda is a presentation by TASB, our Executive Superintendent Search Services. However, in light of the fact that we have many parents here and in respect of their time, I'd like to postpone this item, sorry, sir, to the section of other special presentations. Can I have a motion to do so, please?
Motion to adjust our agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Macias, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. We'll continue then with taking action to elect and install board officers for the Board of Trustees. This is a typical item for the month of May, where we always consider board officers. We will start with the board president.
I'd like to make a motion to pick Mr. Michael Nájera as board president.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Guerra to nominate Michael Nájera as board president, seconded by Ms. Nájera. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Thank you. Continuing then with board vice president.
I'd like to make a motion to pick Ms. Cynthia Nájera as vice president.
I second.
Motion made by Mr. Guerra, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Congratulations, Ms. Nájera.
Thank you.
And lastly, for board officers, board secretary.
I move to nominate Mr. Paul Guerra for board secretary.
A second.
Motion made by Ms. Gardea, seconded by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And the item passes. Congratulations, Mr. Guerra. Continuing then with board honors. Mr. Escobar, please.
Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, and Acting Superintendent, Mr. Vasquez. My name is Daniel Escobar, Chief Communications Officer for the district, and it is my pleasure to introduce tonight's recognitions. If you'll please step down to receive our honorees. And just a quick note, we will adapt a little bit today with our great crowd that we have. The students will be recognized. They'll exit through our control room, and they can gather with their parents out in the lobby. Our Director of Maintenance and Operations, Mr. Carrasco, that is the control room. Students, that's where we'll be heading out. And then again, they'll go straight to the outside lobby. Our first recognition will honor a student who has received a 2024 Gates Scholarship. This full-ride scholarship is highly selective and provides financial support to outstanding minority high school seniors. The scholarship is awarded to exceptional student leaders who have shown outstanding academic records, leadership skills, and personal success skills. Congratulations to this outstanding scholar. From Socorro. From Socorro High School, Jose Luis Mendoza. Jose, if we can have you back to the front for a photo. And just a quick note that the photos taken by our district photographer, Mr. Largo, are posted on our district website. There's a little smiley face icon on the website that'll take you to SmugMug. And these pictures are available for free high-resolution download. Congratulations once again. Next, we recognize exceptional seniors from 5 SISD high schools who were awarded a Terry Foundation Texas Full Ride Scholarship. The Terry Foundation is a Houston-based scholarship program that provides scholarships to outstanding Texas high school graduates to attend public colleges and universities within the state. These scholarship recipients have demonstrated strong scholastic ability and exceptional leadership skills. Congratulations to these outstanding SISD scholars. From Americas High School, Carla Vargas. Ibukun Adeniran. Joanna Haynes. From Pebble Hills High School, Lonzo Shelley. From Socorro High School, Liliana Reza Marquez. From Mission Early College, Evelyn Feng. Students, if we can have you back to the front for a photo, please. Congratulations once again. Our next recognition goes to high school students who are state winners in the Visual Arts Scholastic event. The mission of the event is to recognize exemplary student achievement in the visual arts by providing fine arts programs and high school art students with a standard of excellence in which for them to achieve. Congratulations to these talented artists. From El Dorado High School, Ruby Servin. Her teachers, Allison Vega. From Pebble Hills High School, Evan Bray. His teacher, Ivan Ortega. Also from Pebble Hills High School, Angel Navarro. And teacher, Julian Vidales. If we can have you back to the front for a photo, please. Congratulations once again. Next, we honor the Pebble Hills High School Flute Choir and Wind Ensemble for showcasing their exceptional music talents at national and international music conferences during the 23-24 school year. The Flute Choir traveled to Indianapolis last month to perform at the 24 Music for All Chamber Ensemble Festival. Last August, they played at the 2023 National Flute Association Annual Convention in Phoenix. In December, they performed at the prestigious 2023 Midwest Band and Orchestra International Conference, which was held in Chicago. The high school's wind ensemble has a distinction of being the first group from El Paso to perform at the 2024 Music for All National Wind Festival, which is held in Indianapolis in April. Congratulations to these outstanding groups of talented musicians. Marilis Alvarado Garcia. Alexander Arredondo. Catherine Controla. Jessica Castillo Alvarado. Zarela Coelho, Abigail Costa, Imelda del Toro, Andrea Flores, Timothy Gerhardt, Valeria Hernandez, Stephen Philip Melendez, Venus Pham, Isabel Ponce, David Reed, Mateo Ruiz, Alaya Sharp, Sofia Sierra, Lilian Tellez, Fernando Vieira Rivera, Micah Webb Dukes, and directors of the flute choir, Maria Carvajal, Cecil Crabtree, and head director, Maximo Sierra. If we can have you all back to the front, please, for a photo. And parents, as always, you're welcome to come up and take a photo yourself. We just ask students to look straight at Acabias for a while first. Keep smiling, keep smiling. Congratulations once again. Coming right back up, just cut through. A few of our students are going to make their way back around for the next recognition as well. And this next recognition is for the Pebble Hills High School Wind Ensemble. Esteban Anguiano. Manuel Arredondo, Andrés Ávila, Brianna Baez, Diego Baltier, Tony Banning, Connor Baxter, Andrew Blea, Jessica Castillo Alvarado is making her way back through. Manuel Chaires Solano. Julian Chavez. Zarela Cuello. Bailey Cole. Imelda del Toro. Devin Esparza, Isaiah Flores, Timothy Gerhardt, America Gomez, Diana Gonzalez. Abel Griego. Madison Hargrove. Nathan Hernandez Cruz. Elias Hernandez. Kason Kelly. Mariah Krebs. Christian Lara. Valeria Hernandez. Elias Lopez. Aaron Lopez. Ethan Martinez. Ruby Mesa. Adrian Montoya. Ana Navarro Roman. Ashley Nunez. Christian Osorio. Venus Pham. Wilfredo Pumarejo. Alejandro Ramos. David Reed. Divya Reed. Braden Ridge. Rafael Romero. Jesus Rosas. Yanelis Santiago Rivera. Olivia Sasser. Alaya Sharp. Sofia Sierra. Amaya Solis. Angel Stefani. Sofia Taylor. Fernando Vieira Rivera. Alejandro Villalobos. Micah Webb Dukes. Director Maria Carvajal. Cecil Crabtree. And Maximo Sierra. You're going to be seen first. All right, keep smiling, keep smiling. Congratulations once again. Yeah. Next, we will recognize El Dorado High School's academic decathlon team. The team won first place overall in the large school category regional competition, took home several individual medals, and advanced to the state competition. Academic decathlon is a 10-event scholastic competition in which students participate in 7 multiple-choice exams, an essay, interview, and a speech. Congratulations to these exceptional students for their outstanding performances at the regional and state competitions. Victoria Toralba, Daniel Tomlinson, Tyler Sturble, Susanna Briggs, Mark Tomlinson, Alan Gonzalez Friday, Devin Garcia, Jorge Gutierrez Silva, and they're led by their academic decathlon coach, Paula Woods. Keep smiling, hold up the certificates. Congratulations once again. For our following recognitions, we will honor Career and Technical Student Organization students for winning first, second, or third at state competitions and qualifying for national competitions. Some 140 SISD students achieved top positions at the state and national levels. These students received hands-on experience and refined their leadership and personal development skills through the numerous CTSO competitions. Congratulations to these award-winning students. We'll recognize them by each of their organization groups. And we'll begin with Technology Student Association, or TSA. From Clark Middle School, Abigail Freire. Benjamin Hughes. Camila Eniguez. Matthew Morales. From Ernesto Serna Fine Arts Academy, Zoe Arciba. Ryan Chairos Barajas. Jesus Gándara. Sofia Gutierrez, Lillian Harmon, Alan Padilla, Dylan Padilla, Amelia Valerio. From John Drugan School, Celeste Hernandez, Serenity Valles, Savannah Waters. From Puentes Middle School, Melissa Acosta, Armando Garcia, Guillermo Lopez, Alejandro Rodriguez, Jacqueline Reyes, Olivia Sierra, Gabriel Stemmerman, Bridget Valdon, Demetrius Valdon. From Sunridge Middle School, Kamali Olvera. From Slider Middle School, John Charles, Everett Diaz. And from Socorro High School, Liliana Reza Marquez and Diana Rodriguez. If we can have you all back to the front for a photo, please. I'm trying not to. If I get those stepping back, not too hard. Almost there. I think one more. All right. Congratulations once again. We'll continue with students from Business Professionals of America, or BPA. From Eastlake High School, Yurem Romero. From Pebble Hills High School, Sofia Lopez. And Ivy Montelongo. We'll also be recognizing a student who participated in DECA from Montwood High School, Isabella Kramer. And Emma Gamboa. A student who competed and excelled in Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, Helen Piñon from El Dorado High School. Haley. as well as students from HOSA from Montwood High School, Soleil Herrera, Annabelle Villarreal, from Pebble Hills High School, Camila Kelly, Mariah Krebs, Sofia Lopez, and Jessica Rodriguez. Yes, Jessica Rodriguez. And we'll ask this group to come up to the front for a photo, please. Congratulations once again. We'll continue our recognition with students who competed in Skills USA. From Eastlake High School, John Diaz. Andrea Flores. Adais Okuosa. Aaron Ibarra. From El Dorado High School, Alan Apodaca. Ariadna Castor, Lindsay Beltran, Samantha Chavez, Cassandra Gomez, Leila Jimenez, Jaden Orr, Natalie Quintero. From Montwood High School, Damian Herrera, Aaron Salcedo. From Socorro High School, Derek Athaide and Diego Reyes. If we can have you back to the front for a photo, please. See everybody? Congratulations once again. Next, we recognize the El Dorado High School architecture team who who won top honors in the Texas AIA High School Design Challenge and in the ACE High School Tiny House Design Challenge. Representing the team tonight, Lindsay Beltran, Anthony Centeno, Eric Holguin, Limay Maldonado, Gracie Navarro, Jaden Orr, Andrea Rodriguez, Saul Rodriguez, Joanna Rubio, Cassandra Salinas, and Jonas Zamora. If we can have you back to the front for a photo, please. Congratulations once again. Next, we recognize Montwood High School robotics teams who qualified for the teams qualified for the first Tech Challenge Robotics State Competition and the FRC Robotics World Championships. Representing the teams, Axel Alcala, Frida Alvarez, Jonathan Andrade, Adrian Arredondo, Manvid Chidi, Maya Estrada, Mark Freire, Brandon Garcia, Jocelyn Garcia, Costanza Carvalhon, Nathaniel Gong, Jocelyn Jimenez, Philip Joseph, Michael Levario, Kareem Lopez, Karimel Lopez, Abigail Quiroz, Alisa Ramirez, Jose Sangrador, Ishan Sukantar, Jayla Thayer, Alejandro Vasquez, and Evan Villalobos. If we can have you all back to the front for a photo, please. There's one more. Oh, with the group? Okay. You want to do next or after the last one? Okay. Before we continue with our final special presentation, I'd like to invite Jacob Torres, Mr. Martin, up for a photo, please, with the board. Great job. Thank you again. And for tonight's special presentation, we honor a Socorro ISD boys head coach, baseball coach, who earned his 500th career win in April. This well-earned victory came after his team won a district game 11-2. Throughout his 18-year career as head coach of the America's boys baseball team, he has led the Trailblazers to district titles and numerous playoff appearances, including the school's first baseball district championship in 2010. And now I believe it's 3 in a row for the team, district championships. 8 total and 3 in a row. In 2023, he was named El Paso Baseball Hall of Fame High School Coach of the Year for the 3rd time. Above all, he attributes his success to the dedication and hard work of his players both on the field and in the classroom. Congratulations to Coach Jesse Munoz. Congratulations once again. And that concludes our recognitions for this evening. Thank you.
Okay, continuing with our agenda, we'll go back to Board of Trustee business and the item that we moved to later in the agenda, discussion and possible action regarding superintendent search dates and timelines. Presenting, we have Dr. Cazanas from TASB Executive Search Services.
Yes, thank you, sir. Members of the board, Mr. Vasquez, thank you so much for this opportunity to address you this evening regarding a very, very important decision you will be making soon, and that is the selection of your next superintendent. But first of all, again, what an honor and privilege it was to witness the student recognitions tonight. As a former superintendent myself, that is what I miss the most, are our kids and our staff. And then, of course, seeing them and seeing the highlights and how they excel was truly an honor tonight. Thank you for doing that as board members and for recognizing their accomplishments. It truly was a great experience. They certainly are seizing the opportunities, as your motto says, so congratulations. But again, I'm here tonight. I'd like to also introduce to you Mr. Ruben Cervantes, who is your Region 19 Field Service Representative and also assisting in the search with myself and TASB, and Dr. Robert Duron. And Robert, the former superintendent here of Socorro ISD, as well as has worked for TASB for a number of years and now is also assisting with superintendent searches. It has been a great experience this last couple of days to be in your district, to visit with board members, to visit with your cabinet, and to learn more about Socorro ISD. So thank you so much for that opportunity. But tonight, yes, it's very important. Tonight is crucial that we talk about your timeline. And so I believe presented in front of you is a draft timeline. We do not recommend that you formally adopt a timeline by the board. The reason is because there could be changes coming up in the future. There could be emergencies that come up for individual board members, things of that nature, so that we can adjust. But a timeline is very, very critical, not only for the district and the Socorro community, to understand when the next superintendent is going to be hired, but it also is very crucial for our candidates, because what we do after tonight, we will then publish the timeline so candidates could see that, could look at it, look at their own calendars, things of that nature, so they get an idea when they might be expected, if selected, for an interview. So Lisa, if you don't mind looking through that, that's where we are here tonight for May the 15th. Community involvement sessions. Just so you know, as soon as possible, we will be providing your technology department a link to a survey. And a survey is an online opportunity for your community, of course your parents, but hopefully we can talk about how it gets out into the full community for input into this process. The other aspect of this is that then, of course, it goes to your staff members, and then we can talk about if you would like certain segments or high school students, things like that too. We could talk about that. So that is an online presence for your survey. The other thing is we're certainly open and felt like we heard this from in our visits the last couple of days, or maybe some community involvement, community sessions. And we would be more than happy to do those. Those are to be determined and certainly can be determined working with Mr. Vasquez, and so that we can come about and find some days, opportunities that we could come back and have these different forums. It's just, again, an opportunity to have face-to-face. Some people prefer that over an online survey or just would like to ask questions and things of that nature. So we're more than happy to do that, and I think it would be very, very beneficial to you all. So again, that's why that particular date is not set in stone, but we will talk with staff in order to find a good date for that. A leadership report. A leadership report is just simply the online surveys that we conduct. It's a report to you as Board of Trustees, so that you have all of the information in front of you. That was presented through the survey, so you have a chance to digest that way ahead before you look at candidates, before you consider questions, before you consider anything further, that you have that input. So that will be delivered to you, and we will get that to you, as you can see, on June the 11th. Our proposed deadline for applications is Monday, June 17th. That gives us about 5 weeks. Certainly the position has been known longer than that. Certainly we were with you, I believe it's for the end of April. Been talking about it since then. I think our contracts have been signed, and so we're ready to roll, ready to work with that. But we certainly will, of course, do our traditional types of postings, word of mouth through our field service representatives. Also have opportunities to post nationally, so that, again, we have a full range of candidates, at least to know that the Socorro ISD superintendent position is open. And so we're looking at that. So the next two things are very, very critical in terms of dates. And so again, they're just proposed dates. They are certainly something that we can discuss tonight. And I hope you have your phones. I hope you have your calendars. I hope you have things like that. We do need to know if you do have any conflicts. Because I'll say it and I'll say it again and again. One thing that is most critical is that we have full participation of the board. All board members must be present during these, particularly the very first one when we review applications. That will be in an executive session. when we look at candidates, talk with those, get your input at those, what you saw when you review the applications. The other thing is after that is then the initial interviews and the follow-up interviews. And so if you're taking a look at that, I hope then also in visiting with your conservators too, that they have those dates as well and that there's not any conflicts with them from TEA too, so that they can see that it matches their schedules and can be available too. So those are important. So the initial interviews we're proposing are that after the 4th of July week, July 9th, 10th, and 11th. If you already know something then, please speak up at this particular time so we can make some adjustments of that. But we do propose, these are, again, assuming that you have at least 6 finalists that you would like to interview. That's certainly negotiable. Many boards sometimes have a hard time narrowing it to 6 and may ask 7 to come. Sometimes the most we recommend would be 8. Other times they might trim it down to 5 just because there was a good cutoff line, if you will, of the candidates and agreement of the board members for interviews. And so that would be your first round. We would just like to keep that block of dates available. When I say things could be negotiable, meaning, and that's why this isn't adopted, is the fact that what if something does come up? Maybe we need to meet Monday, July 8th, instead of Tuesday. Somebody had a conflict on a Tuesday. We could do that, things like that. We certainly put Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. We've had boards that have met and interviewed candidates on Fridays and Saturdays, the weekend as well. So that certainly could be a possibility if it's just impossible to do that. After that first initial round, we will visit with you, and generally that is done virtually or through phone call about that second round of interview. Remember, the first rounds of interviews are where much more scripted in the process of that. You're interviewing all candidates, you're asking candidates the same questions, you're evaluating them in that nature, and then you're selecting up to 3 finalists to bring back to the second round. In the second round, though, just as a reminder, that is much more informal. That's an opportunity to get to know the candidates in a much deeper way, to test their knowledge, if you will. Hopefully you'll be taking copious notes, and there will be things that they say, he or she says, that you would like to learn more about, to gauge the depth of their knowledge, the depth of their experiences, the ideas that they bring, and the ideas that they talked about in the first round. So that is that second round. We always suggest some form of an informal reception, an opportunity to meet the family possibly, a spouse. We also suggest that someone from the district is named to be a host or a hostess, provide possibly a tour of your wonderful district. We're doing that ourselves as your search consultants, seeing your schools and being so impressed with your facilities. It's just a way to, again, introduce that to your candidates because personally, as I said, as a former superintendent, what is most critical is your candidate and their family also understanding this decision. Because not only are you interviewing candidates for the superintendent position, but families are similarly doing the same thing. Is this a good fit for us? Is this the community we want to live in as well? And so we really highly recommend that we have some form of reception and host and tour for the families. So that is that follow-up interview. After that, a small group of the board then conducts what's called the site visit. And so that would be primarily with your finalists. It's not named to the community yet. Not a lone finalist is named. We certainly have shared that with this individual, and that is when no more than 3 of you then attend and be able to go to that candidate's home district. It could be a sitting superintendent, but it also could be a deputy, an assistant superintendent, anything of that nature. So we will coordinate that with you and be able to conduct that type of site visit for you before naming the lone finalist. The goal here, as you can see then, is after you've named your lone finalist at the end of July, then is, of course, by state law, you have the 21-day waiting period, and then we're proposing then that Monday, August the 19th, as a vote to hire. One of the advantages of this particular timeline is the fact that, yes, we're in August, yes, schools are starting, but it does, because candidates are interviewing and they're showing that interest in Socorro ISD to become your next superintendent, that then, to me, leads to the possibility of a possible arrival date soon after Labor Day here in the district. So I've spoken a lot. Any feedback, questions that I could entertain from the board members about this time? Any conflicts already that you see? I hate to do that conducting business because you have so many important agenda items on your agenda tonight, but this is critical that we have commitment from you that you can participate and attend these meetings.
Feedback or questions?
I've got one question there, sir.
Yes.
Yes,
sir.
is there going to be any time when we have a list of finalists that we're going to present this to the community so they can
That
question
is
or-
something we certainly can talk about, and then we can talk about that when we review the applications. We don't customarily recommend that you post that just for the candidate. It may deter particular candidates from possibly applying if they know if they're a finalist, that they would be then, the top 2 or 3 then would be in front of the community. What's required is that you post the lone finalist. And so we certainly need to talk about the pros and cons of that, and be happy to do more research in that particular area about that. But we generally, for the most part, do not recommend it.
I'm just saying that because I think we do require community input on this, especially in light of where the district is at this
Yes,
time.
sir. Yes, sir.
We need to consider that.
That's why, too, also that community involvement sessions are critical for us, too, to gather that and garner that input from the community regarding the candidate. But the vote is yours. The vote is one of the, I guess, items that are required of school boards is to hire their superintendent, and that is your vote. And so, of course, that falls on your particular shoulders, too. But we want you to have that input about the candidates. And that's our job, too, to also help vet the candidates and provide as much information about the experiences, referencing things of that nature regarding each of your candidates.
I still think that needs to be considered, and we can discuss that
Yes,
at a
sir.
later time because we do represent the community. They need their input, and we would like to
But
have them involved.
But we certainly can, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Casanes, on the application deadline, for a district our size, what would you consider, say, a critical mass of applicants before we would then extend that deadline if we didn't get at least that number of applicants?
Critical mass of, I guess it always depends on my view of the quality of the candidates. And so you may have a number of candidates, let's say 20 to 30, but are they quality candidates? I certainly am anticipating anywhere from 10 to 15 quality candidates. And so that's what we would be looking for, if that answers your question. It would be certainly a discussion point for us to talk to you about if you have any idea or inkling to extend that particular deadline. We certainly can negotiate this. If you feel like this is a little short, we can, move that to June 18th, for example. If you feel like another week is needed, because your review of applications is June 25th.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing I've failed to mention is that's critical that you, as board members, have enough time. We do not want to rush that either, because you will have access to all candidates. You will have access to our system. You'll have access to see all of the credentials. You'll have access to see the videos as we talked about in our presentation. So I want to give you plenty of time to look at those. A week is good, and this offers 2 weeks, but at least a week. So I would recommend, if in terms of timing, no longer than going to June 18th.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Of course, interviews are a critical component of the hiring process. Do you suggest that, time's going to go by quickly. Would you suggest that we start thinking about questions right now that are tailored to the specifics of our district so that when it does come time to the interviews, we can ask the candidates very specific questions about how they would fit into our district?
Yes, sir. That's a great question. We would appreciate, as your consultants, I know I met with some of you already, and certainly email those to me. Because what I would like to do, though, is bring those questions at our meeting, review of application meeting there on the 25th. Part of that meeting is also selecting your top candidates to interview. It's also selecting the interview format, which includes the questions. So if you could get those to me prior, that would be fantastic. We certainly have options and data banks for you to consider. One of the other things that we're doing is, again, what the last couple of days have been so helpful is we are thinking, my colleagues and I are thinking of questions to offer as well, based on what we heard from you, based on what we heard from the cabinet when we talked with your cabinet today, things of that nature too, that they're just to offer possibilities for questions.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
So just clear, everybody sounds good with the dates then, right there? Okay, again, in closing, thank you again for the opportunity. Thank you for hiring TASB. Thank you for hiring us to work with you, to work in conjunction with this wonderful community. We appreciate the opportunity, and it truly is an honor. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. All right, we'll continue with open forum. Each person who signed up was provided a copy of the open forum basic rules and advised when they signed up that policy BED applies to the process. Please respect the process during your presentation. As a reminder, each speaker is allowed 3 minutes. If you've signed up for more than one item, you're allowed a total of 5 minutes. As you approach, I will ask you how you would like to split that time. We'll proceed with open forum. Our first speaker is John Gibson.
Good evening, board members. I'm here to talk about the decision on closing the aquatic center here in Socorro. I'm asking for a reconsideration. Okay, one of the things is my daughter for the past 2 years has been swimming with a team here out of Socorro called the Raging Gators. They're an awesome team. She's learned a lot of skills. She's learned how to be a great swimmer, how to be a teammate, and how to respect the water. One of the most important things I want to bring out is that to me and my family, swimming is a life-saving skill. It may never need to be needed, but when you do need it, it's going to be very important. And my daughter has learned these skills in your district at the aquatic center. There may be a time that even my daughter could help someone else. These young kids are learning how, from very little to teenagers, how to swim, how to respect the water, how to be a good community. I think it would be a big injustice to not allow them to have a place to practice these skills. It's not just our team. There's a bunch of teams out there. There's a bunch of kids. It's not all about just getting out there and getting wet and having fun. It's also about the safety. And the more people that we can have around that have those skills, the more likely we're going to bring down some of those drownings. I know as a parent, it makes me feel better at night sleeping when I know my daughter's around water because she has those skills. You guys should be very proud that she learned those skills here in your district at your aquatic center. So when you guys are going out to make the decision on this, you know, is the money saved worth a life that could be saved? And I hope to God it never happens. But if it does, I would hope that there was a young kid that learned the life-saving skills of swimming. That's about all I have. I really appreciate your time and effort.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Patricia Flores.
Good evening. Being allowed the 3 minutes, I'm going to cut to the chase. Let me preface this by saying that being a non-paid volunteer for the choir department at Sunridge Middle School for the duration of my own children's middle school education and beyond is what landed me in the vacancy position at SRMS at the start of the 22-23 school year. The reputation that I had built over a 15-year period resulted in a well-earned respect from many educators, administrators, and staff, not only on that campus, but from other campuses. I need to say that the lack of respect that I witnessed at SRMS via the students and its educators and the lack of support from administrators could use some improvement. The current issues and concerns at the school are not conducive to a proper learning environment for students who are surrounded by disruption. As a long-term substitute who filled not only one, but 2 vacancy positions at this school, I encourage that the void of support, resources, and respect be filled. I can assure you that the lack of support, resources, and respect for one who holds the position that I held is abhorrent. I was doing everything in my power to do what was right by the kids, giving them everything that I had in me so that their school year would be one of learning and for them to be able to walk away from it proud of themselves for doing well in class. Regardless, I spent all this time with these students, and I implemented an open door policy, and the students knew my classroom was a safe place, whether it be during their lunchtime or conversation or after school for tutoring. Below is a list of concerns that I had throughout the year. Lack of email communication. I can tell you that not a single student was able to see Teams announcements because I didn't have that ability to do so. I was never privy to anything that was going on before it was already in motion. I didn't know that there was a threat that was made to the school before I walked into that classroom. There were computer issues where the desktop in my classroom would freeze up and lag, of making it impossible for me to show PowerPoint presentations. Calculators in my classroom were very few, and I had to ask for more. I was told to go to another teacher for those, but she was using them. The copier, I was not able to send copies to that copier to print. Lesson plans were not provided. I was making the lesson plans myself. I had very few teachers that would support that. I was accommodations for the IEPs, 5014 forms. Those were also being dismissed. A lot of the accommodations were being filled in the classroom but were not adhered to during the STAR test. I found that out after I investigated it, looking at the different IEPs, and found out that a particular student was not allowed to use a calculator during the STAR exam. We found out that her FIE stated that she should have used it. In closing, I'd like to say that I know that this will be filed away. I had given all of this information to the district. I have pages among pages of stuff that was going on in that school, in my classroom, and elsewhere.
Thank you,
Not
Ms.
a single
Flores.
person reached out.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Mr. Vasquez, can we look into some of the issues that Ms. Flores has described, please?
Yes, we'll look in there. I got her number down and her name, and we'll make contact.
Our next speaker, Anya Palacios.
Good evening, members of the board. I come before you today to advocate for the preservation of the Socorro Aquatic Center. My name is Anya Palacios, and I am the head swim coach and owner of our Socorro Region Gators swim team. I come to you because almost a year ago to this day, on May 13th, the El Paso community firsthand knew the tragic loss of life when a precious 3-year-old boy lost his life to drowning. Swimming is an essential sport. There are 10 drownings each day. 2 of them are children, and for every 1 drowning, there are 5 to 10 hospitalizations related to drowning. The Aquatic Center provides an opportunity to have swimmers access vital swim lessons and instill these water safety skills early on. Additionally, the facility provides aquatic fitness and rehabilitation for our seniors. It provides military service appreciation events. It provides access to swim teams for swimmers of all ages and gives our high school swimmers the opportunity to pursue our dreams. Personally, this pool has been my second home since the age of 9. I learned to swim here, made lifelong friends, achieved milestones, and eventually became a coach. The successes that I've had and celebrated here are a testament to the impact that this pool can have on young lives. I hold in my hands a plaque awarded to me by this district, by SISD, after I am only one of 6 swimmers who has ever in the history of this district achieved the honor of qualifying for state and high school swimming. This plaque permanently lives at the SAC, but I borrowed it today to demonstrate the possibility of this pool and symbolize the opportunities of the dreams that can be fulfilled here. This is a big honor for me, but it's not just for me, it's what it represents, that the little boys and girls who visit that pool every single day on their way into swim lessons can see this and see the possibilities that this pool would provide. I ask you to not take that opportunity away from them by closing these doors. I've been coaching the Summer League swim team. We have 125 kids at the SAC since 2009, every single summer. Many of these families are here today. When the SAC closed in 2021 for repairs, it devastated our team and many others because there was nowhere else to go. No other pool in the city can accommodate. There is already a shortage. Closing this pool is also financially impractical. The alleged $1 million in savings would be outweighed by the cost to keep the pools running because they cannot be drained, and by the added expense of the district to outsource lanes for the high school teams that still require practice year-round. I implore you to also consider the value of a human life, the lives of children and families who depend on this facility. If the closure is unavoidable, I ask you to consider leasing it or selling it to teams and organizations like ours who would keep this asset alive for our community. I invite those in the audience who are here in support of the Aquatic Center opening to please quietly stand behind me. And members of the board, I urge you to make a decision that prioritizes the well-being of all of those who stand behind me today and the children and the swimmers who are the future of our community. Please do not force the children to bear the consequences of the district's actions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker, Ruben Candelaria.
Members of the board, my name is Ruben Candelaria. I've lived in Isleta all my life. I've been attending the SAC for the past 20 years, and I just got notice that you're planning to shut it down. I was told that you were going to vote on this issue tonight, but apparently you haven't decided yet. Is that the way it is? So I'm here then to request that you delay your vote until you get some more feedback from the public, okay? I've lived this land all my life, but I served 4 years in the service and retired from the U.S. Customs. I want to go over some of the activities that they have there if you're not familiar. So, FYI, they have competitive swim meets there for the high school students in the large pool. They have swim classes for adults. They have swim classes for children 4 to 12. They have outdoor swimming for middle schoolers. This Monday, there were 40 of them from middle school. They were on a field trip. They also have summer swim in the same pool there in June and July. They have lap swimming in the big lanes, in the swimming lanes in the big pool. Some of the U.S. Border Patrol officers train in the big pool. In the small pool, they have water aerobic classes, 8:30 to 9:15 a.m., 9:30 to 10:15 a.m., 5:30 to 6:15 p.m. It's open to the public for therapy exercises. It's open for party rentals. There's water slides right in the small pool in June and July. The attendants are elderly people, handicapped people, veterans of Vietnam, and other military veterans. It's open to all community members. My niece and her 26-year-old blind son use a therapy pool, and a jacuzzi and the spa are for senior citizens. SAC is the best pool in El Paso County. None of the other pools in the county have a jacuzzi or a spa, as they call it. The SAC has been my fountain of youth. This year I'll be 89 years old. I owe it all to the SAC. So please decide on your vote and say no to closing of the pool. It's a valuable asset. No other school has something like that. So I'm here to beg you to not close it.
Thank you, Mr. Candelaria. Our next speaker, Stephanie Diaz.
Good evening, members. I wrote a little something. I'd appreciate a little bit of your attention. I am a parent of a son who goes to high school. He attends the swim team there. And I, as well as the rest of the educators, like to tell our kids on a daily basis, if you work hard and commit to something, you can accomplish anything. This is something the kids hear all day, every day. Our kids are told that if they want to participate in extracurricular activities, that they need to maintain certain grades, be present, and conduct themselves a certain way. We demand these things of our children, and now that they have done as we have asked, you are trying to strip them of everything that they have worked so hard for all year. This facility is not supporting one school, but multiple, and directly affecting an entire community of swimmers. Without the SAC, you are abolishing an entire sport. There is no other viable option for these kids. They cannot rent out another pool, not with a $2,500 budget that they get annually for their extracurricular activities. They cannot participate or practice on a field. They need a pool. They need their SAC. Our kids have been handicapped all year. They went months at the beginning of the school year without even seeing the pool because they didn't have transportation. And in those months, our captains were at the administration's doors begging for help with no response. Our kids still pushed for passing grades. Our kids didn't sit and sulk, but hit the field to run or the gym to work out or find any available space to try anything to get ready for the season. Our community of swimmers is like no other. Our kids will share the pool with multiple schools. They work together and will use a single lane so that everyone can practice. These kids, these swimmers, are given so little and yet have never complained, ever. You cannot strip them of the SAC. You cannot look away and turn your back on these kids. You cannot show them that all their hard work and dedication has been for nothing and means nothing. You cannot show them that they must lie, cheat, and step over those below them, blatantly disregard anything, and by closing the SAC, that's exactly what you're doing to these kids. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Dr. Max Grossman. Dr. Grossman, you signed up for 2 items. How would you like to split your 5 minutes, sir?
Well, I'll start with the 3 minutes of public comment and then the 2 minutes dedicated to 9 Charlie on the agenda.
Okay, so 3 minutes for this particular topic, and then when we get to the agenda item, the other 2 minutes there?
Well, I'm going to be speaking about financial matters for all 5 minutes, and so everything's anchored to the agenda item and to my financial concerns. So if you feel it's more appropriate for me to stick to 3 minutes, I will do that, but I would love to have 5.
It's the way you signed up, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So 3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay. Honorable members of the Board of Trustees, thank you so much for welcoming me here today. My name is Max Grossman. I'm a resident and taxpayer of El Paso County. I'm very interested in the fiscal health of our taxpaying entities. I became interested in SISD from a number of media reports. We've learned a lot in the last several months. We learned that in 2019, actually going back several years, that at least 276 seniors graduated who were not qualified to graduate. We learned that between 2016 and 2022, SISD paid 246 employees stipends worth $283,000 without your authorization. We learned that SID altered the scoring systems for soliciting bids for certain contracts to favor certain vendors. And we're learning about conflicts of interest, especially given one of your audits from Weaver audits, 3 of them, right? 1 in December, 2 in March. We learned that this fiscal year, you're short $33.2 million. That next fiscal year, you're projecting a deficit of $41 million. That's $74.2 million. And we learned from the December Weaver audit about $26.3 million in cost overruns on your 2017 $448.5 million bond. You do the math, that's $100.5 million in the red between the 2 fiscal years and your shortfall on your bond. But what I'm most disturbed about, and that most people don't know about, are $132.9 million in 183 transactions, contract extensions, signed off on by 28 staffers without the authorization of this board. I've never heard of anything like that in my 15 years in El Paso. Your board policy manual says any single budgeted purchase of goods and services that costs $100,000 or more, regardless of whether the goods or services are competitively purchased, shall require board approval before a transaction may take place. That's written into your own handbook. I'm learning about reimbursements for driving costs where SISD employees failed to report their mileage. And now we have a TEA takeover. I really wish this district all the best because it really is for the good of our communities and the kids. And I hope that Mr. Hinojosa and Mr. Kim do a fabulous job of setting the fiscal house in order. But I just want to conclude with what happened to two of your trustees, Mr. Barrera and Mr. Castellano, who I know to be honorable men. Mr. Barrera, 8 years in the Marines, wounded twice in combat, 8 years on the Border Patrol. Mr. Castellano, 29 years in the police force, both of them with flawless records, both of them with no criminal record. These are the two guys I'm reading about who are constantly asking the questions, insisting on oversight, contacting the authorities with their concerns, and they're the ones paying the price. And there are unknown actors within this district who are engaged in machinations to prevent the release of this information to the public. I'm convinced of it. That said, I really do wish you all the best, Godspeed in setting your fiscal house in order, because ultimately it is for the students. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Ms. Veronica Hernandez, please.
President Nájera, Acting Superintendent Vasquez, and members of the board. My name is Veronica Hernandez, and I am the proud president of the 2,000+ members of the Socorro American Federation of Teachers. We are here tonight to ask your consideration to our salary proposal. We know that SISD is going through a financial hardship right now, but we cannot afford to crimp us further by penalizing our most valuable asset, our hardworking employees. We can't and should not add insult to injury and crack down on our employees for a situation they had no control over. Our teachers deserve a step increase, including the monetary amount that comes with it at the very least. And our support employees deserve a minimum of a $500 retention stipend. We all know that our state needs and has the ability to do its part in funding our schools better. Rest assured that the Socorro AFT and our members across the state will do everything in our power to assure that this happens. We understand that the vote for this matter is not today, but we wanted to make sure that you and administration have ample time to continue looking at other ways to address our financial deficit. If ISD can find a way to go down from a $70 million deficit to a $33 million deficit, and now possibly down to an $11 million deficit, certainly we can find a way to compensate employees. Thank you in advance for your kind consideration to this matter.
Our next speaker, Philip Thomas Lane, please.
President Nájera, Mr. Vasquez, members of the board. Tonight I want to thank the board members for your service, but specifically I want to thank two board members. First of all, Pablo Barrera, you grew up next door to me. You've served this country honorably in the military, the Border Patrol, and Mr. Castellano, you've served this community honorably for 29 years serving in the police force. So I want to thank you. You two have done a marvelous job in calling out some of the financial issues that this district has had before it's really been made known. So I want to thank you for that. There's this huge budget deficit that you're all grappling with, and I think there's going to be some painful days ahead. $30 million budget deficit this year, projected up to about a $40 million budget deficit, $29 million in cost overruns in the bond for 2017. And now with that, we're moving into your budget season. We're going to be really working on finalizing the budget. And I want you to think of how that looks for a person like me who isn't on the board, who's a member of the community. I retired from Socorro ISD in 2017, but I've never forgotten about Socorro ISD. You know, I want to make sure Socorro ISD continues to be successful. When you have those special board meetings, you only allow comment on items presented during the special board meeting. And normally those comments are made before those items are ever discussed in the special board meeting. And there's never an opportunity for a member of the public to review financial documents and information that will be presented in a special board meeting before the presentation. The problem with that is that comes after any public comments are made. So any public comments made during a special board meeting, they're really not going to have much weight. They're not going to be really looked at. And as a member of the public who's concerned about the future of Socorro ISD, the huge budget deficit, the fact that I wouldn't want to see teachers go through financial grief in the years ahead, I'd really ask for the favor that moving forward, this board make those financial documents available to members of the public before the board meeting so that I can have a chance to review it, to provide reasonable, public comment on what I think is going to be best for the district.
Mr. Nájera. Mr. Blanco, I got a question. Is that okay? Is that legally okay that we can actually transparently put that information out before the meeting so that the public does have available that information that they're requesting?
Thank you, Mr. Betta. There's not an item on the agenda for discussion about that issue, so we can take it up at a future meeting. But I understand the concern, and I'm talking to Claudia about that right now.
Okay. Can we look into that, Mr. Vasquez?
Yes, your Google. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Orlando Terrero, please.
Looking at Mr. Vasquez, I would ask also for us, the board, any items that are going to be presented, if they are the updated items when we receive them, oftentimes we'll get an updated or a different presentation than what we received in our Friday packet or during any committee meetings. That would be beneficial. Thank you.
We'll make sure you get that in a timely manner.
Thank you, sir.
Acting Superintendent, members of the board, my name is Orlando Terrero, and I'm here to speak about a bullying story. I will tell you a little bit more about myself as I read my statement. It's going to be brief. Bullying is a pervasive issue in our educational setting. It is not a childhood rite of passage, but an assault on the mental and emotional well-being of our children. Psychologically, we know that bullying instills fear, destroys self-esteem, and imposes lasting trauma. Scientifically, we know that research has shown that bullying has dire consequences akin to a silent killer, claiming lives in slow, agonizing ways right here in El Paso, in our schools, in this district. According to the CDC, suicide is the second leading cause of death among young people ages 10 through 24, with victims often citing bullying as an undeniable contributing factor. The Journal of Adolescent Health reports that victims of bullying are at a significantly higher risk of developing mental health issues such as depression and anxiety, which will persist into adulthood. My family's story with bullying began with multiple reports of bullying lodged into our daughter's school. I would like to protect the name of the school. I have handed to the district a copy of the full report, so I don't give the impression that I'm here to bash the schools or the staff members. They often do a great job, and I'm grateful for that. These reports, spanning from January to May, serve as a grim testament to the failure of the system not necessarily the people, to address the issue effectively. The breaking point came just a few days ago, on May 7, when our daughter, seeking to report another bullying incident, made comments of self-harm and found herself thrust into a crisis situation. Escorted into a police unit at the crowded moment of school dismissal and transported to the behavioral health detention near downtown, my daughter, a student with zero history of bad behavior, along with my wife and our two other children, ages 10 and 6, and myself, bore witness to an alarming environment as mentally ill adults attempted to enter the reception area while we were left isolated without basic communication tools. I am an ordained minister and an elder in good standing in the Free Methodist Church. I serve as a pastor of a local church here in El Paso. I volunteer as a chaplain at the University Medical Center, and I provide hospice care to elderly at the end of life. I knew as a minister and a father that I was not going to allow my daughter to be left at that location. Then our family faced an unexpected visit from a Child Protective Services.
Mr. Terrero, I'm sorry, sir, you're out of time.
Yes, let me just close right quick. I stand before you today to urge a paradigm shift in how you perceive bullying. If a shooter enters our schools, how you react to that shooter, you need to think about when something like bullying happens, that reaction should be kindly.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Terrero.
you very much.
Mr. Vasquez, can we follow up on this situation, please?
Yes, I got his information. We'll make sure we follow up.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Antonia Valdon. Antonia Valdon. Next speaker, Tricia Stallings, please.
Good evening. I am here as well to talk about the Socorro Aquatic Center being closed. Cutting the sack for the students is an unacceptable choice. No one would discuss closing the stadium for the football team. That wouldn't even be a consideration. So why is it so easy to just do that to our swimmers? They work just as hard, they keep up the grades, and they do it with a minuscule amount of budget. Our team works and trains very, very hard. They earn their spot at this school and in this district. My family is a military family. We are in El Paso because my son wants to remain on the swim team. My husband has been in the service a very long time. My son has attended 9 different schools since he started, and he is a sophomore right now. The only thing he's ever asked from us is to stay in El Paso through his high school so he can continue on the swim team. And in the blink of an eye this week, his coach told him there's a very good chance that he may not get to swim next year. It's the only reason we're in El Paso. The psychological impact that it has on students withholding sports from kids, not only that, but you're telling them that their team is not as important as someone else's. You're telling them that they don't matter as much as someone else. The aquatic center is important. Being able to save people's lives and being able to swim is an essential skill. They've told you that already. But it is absolutely disgraceful to consider that these students did nothing wrong. They work hard. My son is a straight A student without having to be asked. To punish those students because someone else can't figure out their budget is unacceptable. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Jeanette James. Jeanette James. Laura Jimenez.
Good evening, members of the board. I come before you to express my deep concern, as everybody else here, regarding the potential decision to shut down the aquatic facility. As a stakeholder, small business owner, and mom to 5 kiddos enrolled in SISD, 2 of those who regularly use the pool for their swim team, the Desert Sharks, I strongly believe that closing the valuable resource would have a detrimental impact on the well-being and the quality of life of the community. The pool is not just a place for physical activity and exercise, but it also serves as a social hub where people of all ages come together and enjoy healthy and active lifestyle, like the 88-year-old gentleman that we heard from earlier. It provides a safe and accessible place for individuals to engage in recreational activities, learn vital swimming skills, which I cannot express anymore, is so important, especially in the desert, and maintain overall well-being of our families. Moreover, the pool serves as a SISD high school swim teams, as the lady before me talked about. The closure of this facility will cost the teams either the ability to participate or place the financial burden on the respective schools, the students, and their families. I understand that the district is in severe financial considerations behind the decision to close the pool, but I urge you to carefully reconsider the course of this action. Instead of shutting down the aquatic facility, I believe that exploring other alternative solutions, such as increased marketing efforts, offering new programs, or leasing, like the other swim coach discussed, is a better option rather than closing. Furthermore, the closure of the pool would not only impact the individuals who use it, but also have broader implications on the community as a whole. It would deprive children, adults, and seniors of vital resources of physical activity, recreation, and social interaction. Additionally, it would seem the overall care and commitment to revive the facility after an extended closure would cause further financial hardships. I'm interested to see what the financial impact of having the facility closed for an extended amount of time would cost the district. I respectfully request that you take into consideration the significant impact that closing the pool would have and explore alternate strategies to ensure continued operation. The kids and the community should not be punished due to the poor financial decisions made by the district. Thank you for considering my perspective, and I hope that you can listen carefully to all the other families and community members that don't agree with the prospective closure and find a positive resolution that benefits the community and the district. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker, Alfredo Agüero, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alfredo Agüero, and I am community organizer in the area of special education and volunteering member with the Time Done organization. Les quiero decir a todos acerca de que en la reunión de enero 17 del 2024, todos unánimemente estuvieron de acuerdo en que se hicieran las traducciones de inglés a español, español a inglés, en todo el meeting, no nomás en mis comentarios públicos como lo están haciendo ahorita, en YouTube y aquí dentro de este salón. Las minutas del board meeting también fueron de enero 17, fueron aprobadas en febrero 21. Desde esa fecha han tenido 8 reuniones especiales y regulares y hasta este momento no han podido tener las traducciones como se estuvo de acuerdo, como ustedes lo aceptaron. I let you know that I feel retaliated from a special education director, Dr. Analia Jensen, against my person because now in the virtual meetings on April 25th, 2024, she denied me to participate on the workshop they had She kept me in the waiting room for 30 minutes, and I've never been authorized to enter. Now I want to give two examples of the misinformation parents are receiving on the special education workshops. Number one, the presenters do not allow the steps to follow when parents disagree with the results of the admission and dismissal review meetings. Parents are not told that their children have to be evaluated for any changes that the IEP team recommend. They misinform by not telling parents that the IEP team cannot make any changes related to the IEP plan without first evaluating the student. They only say that the IEP team make a decision to transfer or to make changes on the IEP plan. Number two, I asked if a notarized power of attorney is enough to obtain the educational rights of our children, and Mr. Jorge Sáenz, assistant of the Department of Special Education, on 3 occasions answered me, no, only by order of a judge. This is a lie because I found on the Texas Education Agency website, notice of transfer of rights. Durable power of attorney is sufficient to obtain the educational rights of a student. The district do not say to the parents that an authorized durable power of attorney letter is more than enough. It is a lie that only through a court judge parents can maintain the students' academic rights. Mr. Jensen told me that is what their attorney recommend to say to parents. Their attorney is training them for a bad behavior, even worse than the kids. Also, I'd like to say that I sympathize with the problem that Council Member Barrera and Castellano and their wives are going through against the personnel of Socorro School District. I'd like to say that Sammy Carralejo was detained today outside the building at 5:30 because he was planning to come here and talk about what he said is a corruption of the missing the $74 million.
Thank you, Mr. Agüero.
Please.
Our next speaker, Alan Valdon, please. Alan Valdon. Dr. Norma Cruz.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Norma Cruz, and I am a pharmacist to the Socorro community. I am also a proud alum of Socorro High School, and I come to speak in regards to keeping the Aquatic Center open. I am advocating for my patients who are elderly or suffer from limited mobility. Many do not speak English, so they cannot attend this meeting. They use the Aquatic Center for their therapy, as the gentleman showed us earlier. There is no other indoor swimming pool in El Paso that offers therapy for my patients. As a child, the Aquatic Center was the only pool I had access to. A lot of children in the Lower Valley, that's all they know. Please consider that the Aquatic Center is not a district asset, but a community necessity. I made it a point to return to Socorro to empower our community, and my patients live on a restrictive income. The $2 that they are charged for the pool, they gather their coins, and they find a ride. You can't take that away from them. Due to the opioid epidemic, you guys should look how that helps those people stay off of narcotics. And I am very passionate about this because nobody looks below the freeway. Nobody looks below the railroad tracks, but that's where we come from. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Ezra Uribe.
Good evening, board members. I'm speaking on behalf of the East Lake Swim Team and Socorro Ranging Gators. As an SISD student athlete, I would like to advocate for all swimmers. I'm here today to ask for you to reconsider closing down the SAC for a year. As it is, we as SISD swimmers are already losing our travel privileges, and to lose the SAC would be another hit to our athletics. As students of this district, it's hard to understand why we as athletics get the burden and consequences of the financial debt that the district got themselves into. I hope you understand the situation from a student's perspective. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker, Victor Macias.
Good evening, board members. My name is Victor Macias.
Just the mic, Mr. Macias, please. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Victor Macias, former teacher from SISD and coach, currently a Board of Choice. I was a member of the Swiftwater Rescue Team, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Aquatic Center and all the swimmers in the community. I have two kids. One is 12, one is 11. They're both swimmers. Swimming is very helpful. It's been very positive for my kids. But I wanted to maybe not say the same thing. I wanted to maybe throw in a spin. Considering the Aquatic Center, shutting it down, maybe there's costs to run it, but what if we were to take it and make it in a way where we could make money off of it so that it would sustain itself, so that it wouldn't be a burden to the district. There are a lot of ways of making money off of the Aquatic Center, like renting it out, using it for other teams that want to come in and train. I know that this place is used by many teams, and many would be affected by it. I was a former football player, and I've worked with other schools, and I've seen some of the budgets that are for football, and I know their sports are highly budgeted, and swimming is at the bottom, right? They get very little amount of money. So I think if you were to be a little bit fair and maybe take a little bit from the ones that you give more to, rather than completely cutting off the ones that you give very little to, would be a better way of maybe addressing that. But that's all. I just wanted to speak in support of all the swimmers, and I'm a parent of the Desert Sharks. They've been very good to my kids, and I strongly ask to please consider not shutting it down. Respectfully, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Our next speaker, Aide Rodriguez.
Good evening. I'm also here to talk to you about the Aquatic Center. I took the liberty to kind of do a little bit of homework and find out a little bit about all of you guys and this disaster that we seem to be in, right? Like, how did this happen? How did we get here? To be honest with you, I have always had my children in charter schools because I felt that we were just a little bit more connected and there was more communication and more transparency. And I do agree with you. There should be transparency when it comes time for the superintendent, because I want to know who's going to be sitting there and the decisions that you all are going to be making that are affecting all of our kids. My daughter just switched over to Mount Wood. She is a swimmer with the Desert Sharks, and now she's swimming with the Mount Wood swimmers, the high schools. Do you guys realize the ripple effect that you are going to cause by closing this? Do you guys know that we already fight for time, for practice time? You probably don't, because if you did, you wouldn't be putting it on the agenda. I don't know what you guys did. I don't know how we got us here, but what I will tell you is that you have sparked a fire in me and in all of us. Because from this point on, I swear to you that I am going to watch every meeting, attend every meeting, find out what you guys are doing, what you're spending money on, and I want answers, and I want to know what's going on. If I was able to get that from small charter schools, I should be able to get this from a massive school district like this. It says on the on your website, the Socorro ISD Board of Trustees consists of 7 elected citizens who work with community leaders, families, and educators to develop sound educational policies that support student achievement and ensure the solvency of the district. Has it? Are you doing it? How's that going? Is it working? I don't think so. Not at all. I swear to you that I am going to rally up these parents, and I will get a petition going, and I will get the community up and running, because I'm not new at this. I know how to stir up families, I know how to stir up members, and we want change, and we want to change now. I don't know how you all are going to fix this, and I'm so happy that TEA is here to fix this and to help you guys and to guide you guys. But if you all can't do the job, then move out of the way and allow somebody else to come in and do it. This is not fair. This is not fair to my child. It is not fair to the coming children that are coming. You all are concerned about students leaving? Have you guys bothered to talk to these students and ask them why? You guys are talking among yourselves. When have you had a meeting and pulled in swim parents? When have you had a meeting and brought in swim students? All of these acknowledgments that you guys gave to these students today, it wasn't because of you, it's because of the hardworking teachers and the parents that are busting their butts, making sure that their kids get what they need, not because of the decisions you all have made. I want to see changes, and I swear to you that this is not the last time you're going to see me, and I swear to you that I'm going to make sure that these swimmers and their families and anybody else that you guys are affecting are present and they know. And social media is very powerful, and I'm going to use it.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but please remember that our speakers are allowed 3 minutes, and every time that interrupts their time. Please be respectful of their time, and don't make me interrupt them, and please don't have me call the meeting to order. Thank you. Our next speaker, Cynthia Solis.
Hello, good evening. I am a parent of a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old who will essentially be affected by the closure of our Escondrias Early Childhood Center. I thank you for the time and the opportunity to speak, and I hope that you seriously take what parents and our community into consideration. The historical significance of our school, Escondrias Early Childhood Center, and how we are currently celebrating Escondrias 100-year festival, and why it's important to the community. The school's historical value and its closure would impact the community in a devastating manner. Even more so, how this will impact our children and staff. Today, we as a community of Socorro and Escondrias Early Childhood Center humbly ask that we keep our students' best interest in mind. Socorro ISD students' best interest in mind and proudly runs on a slogan to seize the opportunity. Seize the opportunity to what? To cheat our children out of an enriching education, where our students are being pushed out of an enriching educational experience that accommodates their needs. Keeping in mind that providing the right support and environment during the preschool years can have a profound impact on a child's long-term growth and success. Quality pre-K programs help provide equal educational opportunities, especially from children from disadvantaged backgrounds. Failing to act now can lead to the missed opportunities and widening disparities down the road. I humbly ask for the reconsideration. We owe it to our kids. We owe it to our staff. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Evelise Luna.
Good evening, members of the board and SISD community. As a former alumni of Escondrias schools, Socorro High School graduate, proud resident of Socorro, and current proud parent of an Escondrias early childhood student, I hold the Escondrias historical building close to my heart. Because of the education I received in such schools, I was able to become the professional that I am today. It has been confirmed by the principal of Escondrias STEAM Academy that there is a possibility of moving the pre-K program out of the historical building into the Escondrias STEAM Academy. And I am not in agreement with that possibility. We need a reason as to why these possibility of change is even aroused. With these potential changes, our students will be highly affected, especially those in the PPCD program. Having our pre-K students transition into a school that is at its full capacity, unequipped, and inappropriate for their age, leaves them with what is left over. And our little ones deserve an adequate space to learn, grow, and reach their maximum potential and not limit their opportunity to seize. Our teachers and children should not pay for the consequences of others' actions and irresponsibilities. There are other ways the district's issues can be resolved. We do not want a change in our school. Our escuelita must remain untouched. Thank you for your time. Have a blessed evening.
Our next speaker, Wayne Thornton.
Mr. Vasquez, President Nahara, Board of Trustees, conservators, welcome to El Paso. It's a great city to live. I was very fortunate to work for the city of El Paso, Parks and Recreation Department for 43 years. So I'm well aware of pools. Very fortunate to last since 2010 to be the president of the Drowning Prevention Coalition of El Paso. The drowning prevention started in 2010 after a young child was drowned, and it was started by Eddie and Laura Castle. Since then, we have 33 groups involving many of the swim experts in the community, Wet n Wild, the swim parks, Parks and Recreation, YMCA, YWCA, all involved under one umbrella. This is our city, to educate children in water safety and teach learn to swim. The Socorro Aquatic Center, this is the 25th year of this particular place. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a world with dreams and reality. In the 1990s and the early 90s and the 80s, the Socorro Aquatic Center was a dream. Many people thought it would never happen, but it became a reality 25 years ago. And tonight you saw all the children that were on this stage. And that's the best gift we can give our children, is give them a stage, give them an audience, and give them a spotlight. And that's what we do. As you see all these children behind me, on both sides, and their parents, you have a very, very difficult job. I applaud you. But these parents and these children have a very difficult job in what they do in the world of swimming. Every day they get up early, got to take them to the swim meets, got to sit through the swim meets, watch their child. But you know, it's special because they represent the Socorro Independent School District. And you have some great teams, 6 now, and they hold you proud. So please, do not take away the stage, the audience, and the spotlight of all these great swimmers, their parents, and their coaches. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Alyssa Woolley.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Woolley, and I have an amazing 11-year-old son who is currently attending a school here in SISD. I am also a former SISD registered nurse. I am originally from the Dallas area, but we have lived here in El Paso for 5 years now, and we are proud to say that we live in El Paso and are part of the El Paso community. My son is in special education. There is no way I could explain all of the ways SISD Special Education Administration and the staff at my son's school have violated federal and state laws and how horribly we have been treated, especially me as a parent when I am only trying to advocate for him and do what's in his best interest and the best interest of all the special education students here in Socorro ISD, because they matter too. Since I only have 3 minutes, I can't even attempt to go into all the details tonight. I mainly want to speak to those here from TEA. Thank you for coming. When TEA took over Houston, I was scared. I saw how everything happened, and I told my mom, who worked in a school near Dallas since I was a kid, and I said, they could come do it here. I'm glad y'all are here, and it takes a lot for me to say that. Please don't let the administrators of Socorro ISD fool you, because as a parent and former employee, I have personally been victim to parent blaming, gaslighting, being lied to, false documentation, deceitfulness, and accurate documentation going into my child's education record that they are refusing to fix. And so much more from SISD administration, particularly from the special education administrators and the administrators at my son's former school, Monwood Middle School. And to the other parents who are here tonight or listening, you are not alone. And don't allow SISD to make you feel like it's your fault no matter what they try to tell you or how they try to make you feel. Because they've been doing that to me for a very long time, and it's really difficult. To the board, I ask that you begin holding SISD administrators accountable, begin listening to the community, begin listening to the parents. Some of you were included on an email I sent a couple weeks ago. I believe it was April 26th. I just got that tiny bit of information I was trying to get before an ARD meeting last Thursday evening. It took that long. None of y'all replied. And all the board members were not included, only some for the record. I also ask that y'all please provide full transparency moving forward so we can make SISD great. Our community deserves better. Us parents deserve better. Your employees deserve better. But most importantly, the students of SISD deserve better. SISD, you need to do better. Thank you.
Mr. Vasquez. Can we look into that and get the board get a report on that?
Yes, we already have a schedule ready.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Miriam Munoz.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, parents, students, and community. But first of all, welcome back, Dr. Michael Hinojosa. We are excited and looking forward to your guidance. You've turned things around at Dallas ISD, and we hope you will do the same for us. We recognize your deep roots in El Paso, and thank you for stepping out of retirement to come help us. My topic is the relocation of a certain grade school levels and closure of the historic Escondrias building. As a parent and a product of Escondrias and SISD, I am extremely passionate about my community. Logistically, we do not understand how two campuses will be combined to one. We do not have answers. We have plenty of questions. The larger campus does not have the adequate space for the amount of classrooms and teachers we have. We want our students to have a healthy teacher-student ratio and a supportive educational environment. We do not want our children to be taught out of makeshift classrooms or book rooms. We want our special education program to remain on campus. The larger campus does not have a playground that is age appropriate for our pre-K children. We understand our budget concerns, but please do not punish our community because the money was mismanaged. Please look into our online petition with over 500 signatures. Please save our school for our children and their future generations. Escondrias historic building is not only important to our heritage, but it is a jewel of our community. I mean, even consider the Texas Preservation Trust Fund grant and see if that can help us stay afloat for one more year to give us the time to do what we have to do. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Rene Rodriguez.
Thank you, Board, for allowing me to speak. You know, I wish I was here for different circumstances, but unfortunately, it is what it is. You know, I have a lot of concerns. We already heard that everybody's fighting for the aquatic center, and I'm just gonna say a little snippet about it. My son, Alex, is autistic. Some of you know, because some of you I know personally. okay? The Aquatica Center taught my son how to swim. I go to the beach because I can do that. And I can take him on vacations and he goes into the ocean. That saves his life, okay? I understand what they're trying to do. You guys need to understand where are we at in this point in time. The deficit that you guys put us in, okay? You guys need to work together, band together, because you guys come out, some of you, and start pointing fingers at everybody else. Oh, we have a $17 million deficit, but yet the following year, you incur $16 million that brought us up to 33. You, up to next year's deficit is 44. Stop pointing fingers because you look dumb. Okay? You are punishing our children, our parents that pay their taxes. Do you understand? You're going to shut down something that's going to help our children, our parents. I'm here for the unvoiced, the people that cannot talk and speak for themselves because they can't be able to be here. And that's south of I-10. You want to close a school that my eldest son, he's 33 now, went to that school. Alex, my son, went to that school. And you guys want to shut it down. Why? Because they're the voiceless, because they're a poor district, because you know that 80% of those students are financially not able to be okay. Their parents work double jobs, their kids and their wives work. Come on, and you're going to do that to them? You should be ashamed of yourself. And do you know why you should be ashamed of yourself? Because you cannot control your budget. Because everything is spend. Okay? When you do work orders changes, okay? And you give other people contracts, and you go over budget, that's on you. And you're going to punish our parents. Think about it. There are more than 50 parents here that are for this aquatic center, but only 3 people talked about Escontrias. Why? Because their parents are working. They cannot financially be here. And that's who you're going to ding? That is pathetic.
We only have one more speaker, and that's Dr. Max Grossman. Dr. Grossman, I will call you up when we get to that agenda item. Continuing with our agenda items now, district reports. 8A, district-wide intruder detection audit report findings. Mr. Livermore.
Mr. Vasquez, Mr. President, fellow board members, I'm Ron Livermore, Director of Emergency Management here in Socorro. An intruder detection audit was conducted in the district.
Just a moment, please.
You want to wait? I apologize.
No worries. Okay, Mr. Livermore, I think we're at a good point. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. An intruder detection audit was conducted in the district by Region 19 Education Service Center. Findings were shared with the District Safety Security Committee and will be shared with the Board of Trustees. A plan of action is in place and will be shared with the trustees. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next item, facilities report. Ms. Fierro.
Good evening. Board President, Mr. Nájera, members of the board, Acting Superintendent, Mr. Vasquez. I'm Liliana Fierro, Director of Facilities and Construction. I'll be presenting to you an update on the Facilities and Construction report. And starting with the 2017 bond program and with the budget report. And at the end, I will address any questions that you may have. For the Student Activity Complex 2, we are at 90% construction completion. We still are on the substantial completion for May 23rd. Of course, with the understanding that the contractor has 30 to 60 days to complete punch list. And we're gonna start coordinations with the Public Relations Department to coordinate the ribbon cutting, hopefully by the first or second week of August. I will give you more updates on that. Here's a picture of the overall site showing SAC 1, SAC 2, parking lots. And as you can see at the bottom, below the SAC 2, we have the east parking lot. If you see the middle area, that's a parking lot. We already, as of today, asphalt has been placed. And the other area below that, the bigger area, that portion will be leveled, but it's gonna be used as a overflow parking lot. Here's photos of the district's building, fine arts area, conference room, and elevator. Also part of the district's building, the locker rooms area, and the corridor that leads us to the locker rooms. And some photos of the concessions showing the monitors and the kitchen equipment. For the other project that is still ongoing, part of the 2017 bond program, we have the new maintenance and facilities building. As I be presenting to you, we are in the design phase. The schematic design and design development phases are 100%. We currently are in the construction documents. We are at 98% completion. This Friday, we'll receive the 100% construction drawings for district's review. At this point, the construction phase is on hold until Facilities and Construction receives a directive and have to proceed. Moving on to the budget report. As I presented to you the last board meetings, the elementary auxiliary gyms, high school improvements, new construction, and the reconstruction of Socorro High School are 100% completed, approved by the board, and there's no need for more funding to close these projects. So as you can see, column K, we have a zero balance to finish. Next, we have the athletics improvements. We have SAC 2 still open. At this point, column K, we have a negative 874,309.92 to complete this project. It is an estimated amount based on our current reports, financial reports. If we go to support services, we have item 15, maintenance and facilities building. This project, we are considering only the consulting services total cost, column F, 860,900.50. That is the estimated amount to complete design services fee. As you noticed, column I, we're not including construction costs at this point. Let me tell you, we received a construction estimated cost from the architects based on the design development drawings, and we are a $6 million cost estimate for construction. Of course, if we go to bid next month, that's the estimated amount. If we decide to construct in a later time, that price will increase because of the labor and materials cost increase. Now, I know there's some questions in regards to the Weaver's report and the facilities and construction report. And I would like to take the time to explain the difference. First of all, we need to understand that the Weavers report was between July 2017 to March 2023, as indicated on page 1 on Weavers report. Districts' use of bond funds and construction expenditures under the 2017 bond program during the July 2017, March 23 time period. That means that the projects that were closed after March 2023 are not reflected in the actual cost. Column B. Let me go back to the table. So column B. Actual numbers means the projects that were closed at that time. Projected cost means cost estimates for the projects that were not closed at that time. For instance, reconstruction of Socorro High School, El Dorado High School, and New Combo. Those projects were closed after March 2023. Let's go to reconstruction Socorro High School. Weaver's report, column B, has $164,364,000. If we go back to the construction report, the total cost is $150.6 million. That is a difference of $13.6 million. There's a difference. Again, these are the numbers from the financial reports that we have now. Now, the column C of the Weaver's report. That's a difference of negative $26.3 million. Yes, if you deduct column B from column A, that's the number you will have. But also, the Weaver's report indicates a bond interest allocation of 14.8, approximately. And the cost overruns will be, at that point, 11.5 million. And that's on the Weaver's report. That's page number 5. And it says the projected expenditures of at least $474.8 million exceeded the original FIT estimate of the 2017 bond program, $448.5 million, by $26.3 million. But also says at the bottom, costs for projects not completed as of March 31st, 2023, were projected based on the balance of remaining construction. Remaining construction is not only construction cost. Remaining construction, it's FF&E, design services, IT, testing services, everything. Now, if we go back to the Weaver's report, they are indicating the 11.5, that is the cost overruns. And it's on the Weaver report, page 5. And it says, the district has earned approximately $14 million in interest on the bond funds held by the district for the 2017 bond program since the start of the program. As such, the total amount of bond funds available to the district with accumulated interest was $463.3 million. Based on our calculations of expenditures for the 2017 bond program, totaling at least $474.8 million, cost overruns that will need to be funded through the general fund are projected to be at least $11.5 million. So if we go back to the Weaver's table, and this is based on the information that we obtained from Weaver's report. At that time, the deficit was 11.5. Now, if we go, let's discuss the facilities and construction report. The bond allocation, the bond interest allocation, has shown in the facilities and construction report budget. We have the same numbers as the $448.5 million. And we added the bond interest allocation per campus. We are specifically indicated which campus receive those amounts. Total of $400.6 million. Column A of the facilities report, total revised bond budget, including FF&E, IT, purchase, land purchase, consulting services, construction, and interest allocation of the 14.6. That's a total of $463.1 million. That's the amount that we have in our accounts. That's the amount that we're using to pay projects. And that's the amount that we're going to use to complete SAC 2. And the remaining of design fees for maintenance and facilities building. So column B, you will have a total of, for actual, remember, the actual numbers are for the projects that are already closed, 100%. The estimated total project cost, you will see a number for Manwood High School. And Manwood High School, it's still open because the parking lots were designed under bond. That's why it's still open. We're not gonna release final payment for design services until the parking lots are done and presented to the board for final approval. Now, as you can see in the other column, close-up project balance, it's a positive number of 1.5 that we can use to transfer to SAC 2 or the maintenance and facilities building. That will depend on the final numbers of design services. As I have it as a note under Manwood, that estimated total project cost pending consulting services final payment. For SAC 2, the estimated total project cost pending consulting services and construction final payment. That means the $874,000 that we need to complete SAC 2 will depend on final numbers from design services and FF&E. And then I have the last note under maintenance building. Estimated total project cost, pending consulting services final payment. As of today, construction phase is on hold. Funding for construction phase is needed. So now the estimated total amount needed to complete the 2017 bond program without the construction of the maintenance and facilities building is $874,000. The unallocated interest earned from the bond investments as of March 2024 is $612,000. So the expected estimated amount needed to complete the 2017 bond program without the construction of the new maintenance and facilities building, once the available interest is allocated to SAC 2, that amount will be $262,000, approximately. How can we cover that? Again, we'll still need to know final numbers. These are expected estimated amounts. Pending final numbers for Manwood High School and maintenance and facilities building consulting services to determine available funds to be transferred to complete SAC 2. Is any questions on the 2017 bond program?
Questions?
So the maintenance and facility building is just off the books now?
Yes, sir. Basically, we don't have funds under the bond to complete the project. We're only going to be able to complete or finalize design services.
Okay. And that was how much that was originally?
For design services?
No, for the actual building, how much was actually designated initially for that project?
I believe 10 million.
Okay.
I believe. I will confirm, Mr. Castellano.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
Yes. So if we were to add the 10 million that is originally allocated for the maintenance, that would actually, if we were to proceed with the construction costs, that would put us at, right here it says 10.6 from the original, plus I see where you get the math of the 200,000, that would put us at about almost $11 million over budget if we were to continue with the construction of the maintenance, correct?
Approximately. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Fierro.
Well, let me continue with the non-projects, non-bond projects. Okay. So just to let you know, it's going to be quick. The ongoing projects, we have the bus charging stations. That project's still ongoing. We're going to finish by the end of June, and then we'll prepare for the ribbon cutting, okay? Now, for the auxiliary gyms, and let me show you just a quick photos of the site with those charging stations. We are very proud of working with this project. So the auxiliary gyms, restrooms, then drinking fountains, and Monwood High School parking lot. Those projects are closed out documents. We are planning to bring these items to the board next June board meeting for final approval. The portable classrooms relocation to East Lake High School and the mechanical system assessment at Mission Ridge Elementary School are still ongoing. Do you have any questions?
Ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, continuing with the quarterly investment report. Mr. Vargas, please.
Good evening, President Nájera, Acting Superintendent, Mr. Vasquez, and members of the board. My name is Rene Vargas, and I'll be presenting the third quarter investment report. On the first slide, as you can see, we have our regular categories. There's 6 categories, and we do have our 6 investment pools in each of those categories on the far left. Starting with the first category, we have our operating fund. As you can see in this investment fund, we started up with 111.2 million, and this is in the book value, and we ended up with 120.7 rounding off million on the book value again. Comparing it to the market value, there's always a slight variance. We started off with the 111.266 and ended up with 120.661. The interest earned on this category is 1,634,793. And the second category is our health insurance fund. On this one, we started with a little over 3.6 million book value and ended up with 3,668,525. Again, there's a slight variance in each category comparing it to the book value. So, you know, they're dollar signs, so it's not too imperative that we're concerned about that. On this particular one, we made 48,311 in interest. Followed by the next category, which is our third one, which is our workman's comp. And on this one, we started off with 439,585, ending up with 445,442. This is one of 3 funds that we have that amount there, and we just increase it by the interest that you earn. And in this case, it's that 58.57. So as you can see, that's just the difference with the beginning and the end. Our next category is our interest and sink, and this is our debt service fund. We started off with 79,066,381 and ended up with 88,004,569. On this one, it increased by a little over 7.7 million, and that's including the 1,151,809 interest that we earn in this category. Our next category is a construction fund. Again, just to remind the board, this is the fund that keeps lowering, only for the reason that most of the projects are being completed. Mm-hmm. So on this one, we did start off with 20,209,964 and ended up with 12,574,438. Again, it's that 7.8 million is because the projects are being completed. Interest that we made for this category was 845. Our last category is the food service investment. Again, this is one of the ones that just the funds that we have there, we just increase it by the amount that we earn on the interest. So we started up with 429,761 and ended up with 435,448, increasing it by that 5726 that you see on the right. Altogether for this quarter, we did make 3,089,341 for this quarter alone. As you can see in the middle of the page, we would have a summary for you, separating the book value with the market values. So we started off with the 215 million and ended up with a 225. Same with the market value. We started with 215. Again, it's off by a few dollars from the book value, and we end up with a 225.7. The next few pages are our interest and rating verifications. Again, just to remind you, we do verify each month. We verify that each of our pools are meeting what the standards that our policy calls for. And this is what, as you can see, we have every pool, text pool, First Public, and so forth. And we do check every month. As you can see, we have January, February, March in each category. So as you can see down the line, we have every single fund that we deal with, our investment pools. And we do sign off on it. We make sure everyone, not just on this one, but in the other one, that all the investment officers are aware of this and that it's been verified. Are there any questions I may answer?
Questions? No. Thank you, Mr. Vargas.
Thank you.
All right, continuing then with our consent agenda. Any items to pull? We do have a speaker signed up for 9C, so I need to pull 9C. Any others?
I request to pull F1.
F1.
H2.
H2.
H8.
8. Any others?
Motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items 9C, F1, H2, and H8.
I second.
Motion to approve by Mrs. Nájera, excluding the items as noted, seconded by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion?
Discussion.
Sir?
I would like to say, again, with the contract extensions, we approve them. I've been bringing this up since December. We've been approving tens of millions of dollars of construction extension or contract extensions, and we haven't had a budget set yet. We're going to find it easy to cut the aquatic center, the healthcare plan, the substitute teacher budget, but we haven't talked about cutting these contracts that we're just extending without any review. So I'm bringing that up. I will abstain from that vote.
Any further discussion?
Yes. I guess my concern is just pretty much that we still don't even have a balanced budget yet, let alone we're not even in a surplus to address the deficit that we are in. And just, again, a lot of these things can still be cut more, at least I believe, in my opinion, from what I've seen the paperwork. And I think we need to look at it, but I understand some of this still needs to get approved. But, you know, we still got to do better diligence and where we can still make more cuts. So, again, I'm not in agreement with it, but that's my discussion for this.
Okay, and again, just for clarification, contracts are not checks. We do not write a check according to a contract. These contract extensions are to allow us discounted pricing so that in the event, remembering that if the money is budgeted, and if, which the budget for the next year will be considered. So these contracts our agreements, they provide discounted pricing, they provide the potential of what we will spend so that we can maximize our discounts. But these agreements don't mean that we're going to go out and write checks for this dollar amount. So I just want to be clear. I want to be sure, again, in the interest of transparency, that we understand exactly what approval of these contracts mean, that it's a benefit to the district, and that we still have the opportunity to ensure that we are cutting where necessary. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Abstain.
Item passes. Thank you. Consent agenda 9C, Dr. Max Grossman. Dr. Grossman? Okay. Dr. Grossman is not present. May I have a motion for approval?
Motion to approve?
I second.
Motion to approve made by Mrs. Nájera, seconded by Mrs. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Abstain.
Item passes. Item F1, Ms. Macias.
Yes. On this item, thank you for always coming to answer my questions. How many teachers from Region 13 do we have, or teach me a little bit about this MOU?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, President Nájera, Acting Superintendent Mr. Vasquez, and board members. I'm Gina Xangstry, School Improvement Officer. This MOU came across my desk. A lot of times military families have already started their programs in our area, and they come to our area seeking to finish out their observation requirements as part of their certification. And so to my knowledge, there is one person requesting that, but everyone counts to us, and so this has moved forward, and that's how it's come across your desks today.
Perfect. Motion to approve.
Thank you.
I second.
A motion to approve made by Mrs. Macias, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you, Ms. Exton.
Item passes. Moving on to H2, Ms. Macias.
Yes, I tell you. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to brag a little bit about our middle school advanced mathematics programs that we have in the 8th grade.
Yes, ma'am. Excited to share about that. Senate Bill 2124 was released in the last legislative session, and it did require school districts to have an advanced math pathway for students. Socorro has always been well ahead of that. This year we had over 95% of our students already taking Algebra 1 as 8th graders. And so Senate Bill is catching up to Socorro ISD, I have to say. So this policy revision to EHAC local actually increases that advanced math pathway beginning in 6th grade for our students. And so we're really excited about that. We like to continue that and be on the forefront of what the state is asking of us.
Well, congratulations. I'll repeat, 95% of
Yes,
our
ma'am.
students already have that opportunity here in Socorro.
Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations. Motion to approve.
Thank you, ma'am.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Ms. Macias, seconded by Mrs. Nájera. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Item passes. And item H8, Ms. Macias.
Yes, another opportunity for you to brag on our VAST program. Please
yes,
share with
ma'am.
us why we're catching up in policy. Teach us a little bit about the program.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Board President Nájera, members of the board, Mr. Vasquez. We have a very active volunteer sports program here in our district. So many kids go through the different sports programs throughout the school year. We're just closing up our track program, and was out there, spent some time out there, and there were so many excited parents and students. So it was a very good year, and we are actually celebrating our volunteer coaches for the next 2 Saturdays at here in the district. And so this change in policy that we're requesting is to exempt the volunteer sports program from filling out the use of facilities request forms and requesting that they be given priority over outside profit nonprofit city leagues. So there's a lot of competition to use our school facilities, and because it's one of our district programs, we would love for them to have a good opportunity to secure those facility uses so we can continue with our program.
Thank you for giving them priority. Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Mrs. Macias, seconded by Mrs. Nájera. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. All right, moving on to new business. Consider approval of additional teacher and administration employment contracts for the 2024-25 school year. Dr. Gonzalez.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Nájera, Mr. Vasquez, and members of the board. The administration is requesting approval of the additional teacher employment contracts and additional administration recommendations for the 2024-2025 school year. Teacher contracts may include librarian nurses, counselors, speech therapists, and education diagnosticians. This information has been verified by the Department of HR and was presented to you in your packet. Administration recommends consideration and approval of the item as presented.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Mr. Guerra, seconded by Ms. Macias. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez.
Thank
you. 10B, consider approval of leased cell tower agreements. Ms. Perez.
I'm here with Ms. Perez.
Oh,
good evening.
Mr. Blanco, I'm sorry.
President Nájera, Mr. Vasquez, and board members. This is an item that we've gone back and forth on regarding the cell tower leases. Mrs. Nájera asked at a particular meeting that we go back and review with Crown Castle the various rents that they're charging and historically where they have been and how they compare to the market area. And then there was also a question asked about whether or not the lease terms could be shortened because they are all long, over 20 to 25, some are 30 years when you include the final extension. We've gone back and forth a couple of times with the Crown Castle representative, a lady named Joan Javier. She's been super helpful and very nice and professional with us. Over the course of our discussions, we've learned the following. The general area and comparing rents for similar cell towers at public entities, including school districts, there's a pretty wide range. It's in the area of $654 to $1,631 currently, if you look at the market. Socorro has its own lease agreements with the various cell tower companies, and the ones you're only going to deal with tonight are three. A cell tower lease at Socorro High School, a cell tower lease at America's High School, and a cell tower lease at the athletic complex. There were others that we're still talking to them about, but for now, those are the three that she's given us a proposal. And I just wanted to let you know how we got to where we're at. The cell tower lease at Socorro High School has changed over time because there was a period of time when the rent on that location was abated. The rent started at $500 a month, which this was in 2004 when it was first entered. It was abated and did not commence again for use until 2019. The current rental rate on that is a little over $600. Your cell tower lease at America's High School was at $605 a month since 2009 with the 10% escalation clauses. We calculated it out. It has increased to a little over $650 per month. Your largest rental lease is at the athletic complex. The rent on the athletic complex is $1,873. So it's high. It's actually on the high end for all the area cell tower leases. Crown Castle has two basic points. One, they want long-term leases. They don't want to enter into shorter-term leases. They don't want to develop the fixed assets, build out their networks for the cell tower providers that they work with, and have short-term leases that could be removed or lost because other people come in and offer more money. So they want long-term leases, one. Two, they want each lease extension to include a right of first refusal in the event that the district determines that they're going to go out and bid it or change it or cancel it, or if the lease term comes to an end. And three, because they're going to propose, at least in their mind, and I believe it's correct, rather large rental increases on the two smaller ones, so Socorro High School and America High School, they want to cap the escalator clause at 5% of the consumer price index. Right now, those two leases have a 10% escalator clause. Every 5-year term, it will go up 10%. Here's what they're proposing. They would agree for the lease at Socorro High School to increase beginning in January of 2025 to $1,750 per month. The escalator increase would be set at 5% starting with that first lease term in January of 2025. Every lease term would be an additional 5-year period for 5 terms, so another 25 years added to it. And they will offer a $10,000 execution bonus immediately when we sign the lease. And finally, a $250 revenue share on additional subtenants. So those towers can contain and hold more than one provider. They build it, they have 2 providers. It's usually T-Mobile and I think Verizon right now, but they'll have others that they try to add to it. And if they do, they'll share that at a $250 per additional tenant that would be added to the lease. They will do the exact same thing for the lease that is located at America's High School because those are the 2 lower level leases. So again, it's $1,750 a month. The CPI cap at 5% for the escalator clause. All that was starting 2025. Again, 5 additional 5-year terms, the right of first refusal, and a $10,000 signing bonus. The lease for the SAC, that one they will treat a little bit different. They'll keep the current rent at $1,873.37. They're not proposing that we reduce that, obviously. They do want the CPI to be at 5%. It was already at 5% in that lease for the escalator clause. They want 4 additional 5-year terms for that particular lease, so it's 20 as opposed to 25 for the others, and they are offering a $10,000 signing bonus if we agree to the extension. They're above market, and Ms. Javier made it a point when we talked to her, and I had a couple of conversations with her to point that out, that these proposal amounts are above their highest lease value that they currently have in the area. Okay, well, why? Because they want them. And they're in good locations, and she was very upfront about that, and she's been tasked by Crown Castle to move forward and try to get these signed. It's up to the board. If you all want to agree to these extensions for these 3, we'll work on the other 2 here soon when we decide on this. She has to go back and talk to her folks about those. I don't know if it's because the other 2, they weren't as interested in keeping them, but these are the ones they're willing to adjust upward, but it is going to require the long term that some on the board weren't so sure that we wanted to do. So it's financially looks like a good deal. I don't know if you all have any other questions about it.
Blanco, the escalator clause with the 5% cap, is that per period? So the escalator applies every 5 years, or is it annually?
Every 5 years, every additional extension of the term, and it is a cap because it will meet the annual consumer price index at the time of the change. So it could be lower than 5%, but if it's above it, you're capped at 5%.
Understood.
Mr. Blanco, you mentioned the other 2 locations. Are they also owned by Crown Castle as well? Or is that a different company?
She's checking to make sure, but these are the 3 that she engaged us on, and she said she was checking on the other 2. So I can't, which were the other 2?
Montwood and Eastlake?
Yeah, Montwood and Eastlake. So she's checking. These are the 3 that she's provided us the amendment forms for and that we have the discussions on. And I asked about those, and she's looking to see if there are assets that they manage.
Any further questions?
For clarification, the $250 per tenant, is that per month, and is that for all 3
Per
the
month.
contracts? Perfect.
Per month, and it will be included in all the contracts. You don't always get that because they don't always have an additional tenant that's added to the tower, but to the extent that they do, is $250 per month per tenant per tower.
Motion to approve.
Discussion, Mr. Blanco, we're only approving the 3
Mr. Guerra,
locations?
I'm sorry, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion made by Ms. Macias, second by Ms. Gardea. Discussion.
Mr. Blanco, we're only approving the 3 locations?
Correct. Socorro High School, America's High School, and the tower near the SAC.
Do we have to make the motion to approve those locations? Because on our agenda, it says the 5 locations.
Yeah, let's be clear about that. If you'll amend your motion to make it clear that we are only approving lease amendments for the 3 that I've discussed: Socorro High School, America's High School, and the athletic complex.
Amendment as stated.
I second.
Okay, I have the motion made as amended and stated by Mr. Blanco, by Ms. Macias, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Again, discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Thank you.
Item passes. Thank you, Ms. Perez, Mr. Blanco. Oh, Ms. Perez, you're up again. Discussion and possible action regarding revisions to the following local policies.
Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, Mr. Vasquez. My name is Vicky Perez, Chief Financial Officer, and I do have several policies that I want to go over, including CV, CVA, and CVB, which we discussed last month. I just want to make sure that it is absolutely clear with what we are doing on that policy. For CH, this was brought on due to a change in CV last month, and so we were asked to consider what it looks like on CH local to drop the threshold to $50,000. And at this time, I'd like to invite Gabby Garcia, our purchasing director. She has some information regarding that.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Acting Superintendent Mr. Vasquez. So as Ms. Perez stated, we worked with our legal counsel on the draft for CH Local. So in your draft, you will see that we reduced it to the $50,000 and we added the word in the aggregate as requested by the board. At policy committee this month, we also went over what that would look like, and I was asked by the board members at the board policy to include the same material that that we reviewed during board policy. So in your in front of you, you have a manila folder, and on there, you will see that once we include the word aggregate in there, it means that every purchase, once we hit that threshold or once we reach that mark, will require board approval. So in the example that I included, we have a report, and if we would have implemented this change to the policy in January, we would have reached the $50,000 in March, and then every purchase after that would have required board approval. And so this would have impacted 31 campuses and 4 departments. And so after we reached the 50,000 mark, we did approve 130 purchase orders after that. So I just thought it was important to bring that information to the board for your consideration. I also did a little bit of research, and I looked at other school districts. So at El Paso ISD, they're at about 50,000 students, and their policy is 100,000. Their purchasing authority is 100,000, not aggregated. Canutillo ISD at around 6,000 students, 6,000 plus students. They are also at 100,000, not aggregated. Isleta ISD is also 100,000, not aggregated. They're at 37,000 plus students. And then I did look a little bit further to a school district that was comparable in size to us, but they're a little far away. So San Antonio ISD, they are at 250,000 in the purchasing authority, not aggregated, and they're at about 47,000 students. If the board does decide to leave the word aggregate in the policy, I worked with Mr. Blanco to possibly include an exception under page 3 of 4 of the policy that says, purchase at 50,000 in the aggregate would require board approval, except for those purchases made pursuant to thresholds previously approved by the board. Do we have any questions?
So just to summarize what you shared with you, and thank you for sharing the information. By doing this, the impact, like you said, to campuses and to departments would be a delay in a month before they're able to move forward with basic purchases. For example, the example you gave was Lakeshore expenditures.
Yes, that is correct. Ms. Macias, and thank you for reminding me of that. I also included in your packets what it looked like at another neighboring school district at that time. So in that school district, they did have aggregate. So exactly how you said, it would delay the approval of the PO by up to a month or two, just depending of when they entered the requisition, if it made it to the deadline for that board meeting, and so it possibly could delay a month or two. And so that is also included in the folders that I provided.
So what's administration's recommendation? Here's my concern. Okay, my concern is, as we've seen, maybe as has been revealed in audit reports that have been presented to us, is the deliberate circumventing of the board by making purchases under, $100,000, but where the aggregate is in excess. And so, to me, and it's not about board authority. I don't care about that. That's not what we're after here. We're here about, that's not what I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to get at transparency. If we spend 60, and then we spend 20, and then we spend another 25, that's something that, the community should be made aware of, or that we have easy potential to identify those expenditures, those vendors, and for many reasons. It could be so that everybody knows where the district is spending and investing and its money, and are we getting those returns, but also, to help in keeping track of, conflicts of interest, who are the vendors, and, that kind of stuff. And so, that's my intent. The dollar amount is, it's not board approval that I'm looking for. It's transparency. So how do we get there? I don't know if anyone else has anything to add.
So if this is a matter of transparency, then I would recommend that we make those check registers available online, considering that we review it so that no student names are mentioned on any of the information. We could very well have that done either on a monthly basis or as part of what we have currently in our finance committee meetings. We could have that available on a certain section of our finance website.
And I know it's a lot of print, Ms. Bettis, so I'm not suggesting we print, but certainly, right now, payment of bills is presented alphabetically, so it's easy to see. But maybe if we could also present, again, electronically, by descending order of value. That way we could see, which vendors are receiving payments of, in excess of $100,000 in the aggregate. So again, the intent is not for everything to come to the board. Absolutely not. We don't want to, we don't want to stop the district business. That's not it. But then, if that information was available online, we could very simply look at contract extensions, et cetera, and we could see, okay, XYZ vendor is, it's $70,000, and here is a contract approval that we're requesting for another 50. Well, that, now gets them over the threshold, et cetera. So, that's all I'm interested in. If that's something that we can pursue, then I think that achieves the objective, at least what I'm after.
So just for clarification, you would like to see the vendor year-to-date total online, so that from descending order, highest to lowest value for those vendors. So year-to-date, we have paid ABC X amount of dollars. Year-to-date, we have paid C, whichever vendors by the amount. So
I think so.
As opposed to actual check registers.
Oh. I think whether administration decides to do that or not. There's a consideration certainly in the policy.
Okay.
But my point is that I do not want to paralyze the business of the district. It would be detrimental from what I'm hearing. That's not my intent. But if there are alternatives that we can accomplish the same objective, then I would ask Mr. Vasquez and the administration to ensure that we achieve that transparency, because that's why we pursued making, the dollar amount change in these policies.
Okay.
And then, again, you'd have to restate what administration's recommendation is so that we can consider these policies, but I don't know if there's any other questions.
With regard to the recommendation for CH local, we would like for the policy to remain at 100,000, not in an aggregate, and we will work with Mr. Vasquez as well as the Finance Committee to determine the best course of transparency for the vendors.
Question, help me understand, when you say it can delay the department a month or two, how does that delay it if you can, I mean, is it always like, it just comes up randomly and we need to do it now? Or can you actually most of the time foresee a lot of these issues and address it much more sooner?
No, so the purchase, well, in purchasing, we see the day-to-day operation. So, like I said, once we reach the 50,000 mark, we really can't foresee because the campuses and departments, they handle their budget. So if they enter a requisition after a PO request after we've reached the 50,000 mark, there's really no way for us in purchasing to foresee that.
So wouldn't it also be on the individuals requesting the information to ensure at least they're able to monitor on their end, say, hey, wait a minute, it's coming up and we're gonna hit that threshold. Maybe we should bring it up sooner rather than later, or just leave it at the 100,000 that we have as of right now.
Well, currently, when we bring extensions to the board, we bring estimated expenditures that, so that's one way that we do that. We could possibly bring, yeah.
I know we're putting you on the spot, so maybe bringing us a recommendation, motion to hold this policy, and have administration bring us their recommendation, and also the recommendation for transparency. I think that's what we're all asking for.
So the policy right now is, as it stands, it's $100,000, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you understand what we're asking for, you understand what the objective in doing it is, so if as Ms. Macias suggested, somebody makes a motion to postpone this item to the next board meeting, then the policies stand as they are. There's no paralysis of the district. We can continue to operate as usual, and we can continue to work to make sure that we achieve exactly what our objective is, right? Okay. So then do I have a motion to postpone these policies to the next regular board meeting?
Which one was it?
No, just CH.
Are just CH? Aren't they all related?
No, they're all
No?
different.
Okay. So then do I have a motion to postpone CH local to the next regular board meeting?
Motion to postpone CH local to next board meeting, regular board meeting.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Barrera, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, items postponed. Thank you. Let's continue then with item number 2, CHE local.
Board President Nájera, members of the board, this specific policy is a completely new policy. It is CH local regarding vendor disclosures and contracts. Ms. Garcia has been reviewing what we are currently doing and how that would align with policy, and I'll let Gabby explain. It is a very lengthy one, but it is very beneficial.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. So like Ms. Perez mentioned, we are recommending to the board adopting CHE policy, which addresses vendor disclosures, contracts, and conflict of interest. So if you'll allow me to just go over the policy. So this policy will help implement and put additional controls and safeguards in place and provide guidance for district employees and the board. So on page 1 of this policy, it goes over definitions. It also lists actions that are deemed inappropriate, such as bid price fixing, bid rigging, collusion, bid tailoring. It also provides for guidance on reporting. So if we suspect that an employee, is involved with fraud, it also provides for guidance for reporting, vendor reporting, and it also establishes a cone of silence period. So currently, we do practice anti-lobbying provisions, which we include in our bids, which prohibits vendors from contacting employees, board members during the time that we have a bid, that we're soliciting for a bid. So the cone of silence is defined in this policy as a time period from when we issue a bid to the time that the bid is awarded. And so that will help protect the integrity of the bid process. So on page 2, it goes over the time period, as I just mentioned. It also provides for exceptions. So it lists the purchasing department, legal, and our facilities and construction director, because that position is also is involved in CV policy, or they have the authority to negotiate construction contracts. So they're listed in the exception. And the intent of this policy, again, is just to put safeguards in place. It's not to disrupt like the day-to-day operations. On page 3, it goes over just violations and guidance for that. And this is where we do want your guidance, and would ask that you discuss and provide a recommendation. So under violation for vendors in the policy that we took this draft from, they have up to 2 calendar years when the vendor violates the cone of silence period. They are debarred from bidding for up to 2 years. I did discuss with Mr. Blanco, and he said that that would be up to the board. So, and then 2 paragraphs after that, we have violation by a board member. And again, that policy states 2 years from when a board member cannot vote on such matters. And so this guidance, this policy also provides guidance for board members, and it states that during the cone of silence period, board members are not to receive gifts, donations. It also provides for, further down on page 4, it provides for vendor data requirements, which we are already doing. So when we issue out a bid, we do request that vendors submit their conflict of interest forms, so those are reviewed. And that is already a practice, but we're just putting it into policy. On page 5, it also provides for guidance for the board to disqualify, or when it's deemed appropriate to disqualify an employee or a board member to participate in such business matters.
When we discussed this policy during our policy committee, I did have concerns about the recommendation on page 4 of 5 with communication with any board members, and then a little bit lower, the board members contacting vendors. It's always been the practice in the past, and I feel like board members shouldn't be contacting vendors, and vendors shouldn't be contacting board members. So it's being recommended to remove those 2 paragraphs. It was my opinion that they should stay, but we wanted to discuss it with the board.
Ms. Nahara, if I can add, one of those paragraphs is, so it is already on page 2, so board members shall not knowingly. So it is overstated. Like on page 2, it does go over that, and it does prohibit board members from contacting vendors during the cone of silence period.
And vice versa? Is there anywhere in there where vendors can't contact board members?
Yes, they should not be contacting board members. And so what I'm planning to do in the purchasing department is I'm going to be, if approved, this policy, I will be including this policy in all of our bids so that vendors are aware during the bidding that they should not be contacting employees and board members. And we're going to add a step in there for vendors to acknowledge that, so that we know that they understand that they shouldn't be contacting board members or employees outside of those listed in the exception.
So just for clarification, those 2 redacted sentences are within the policy?
Yes.
They are within the policy right now?
They're in the policy that we're recommending now? Yes.
Then why were they highlighted?
When I was discussing with our legal counsel, we just felt that it was too restrictive, and it was already stated within the rest of the policy, and so we just wanted to make sure that it was on there and for you all to review.
Okay, so now I'm confused. There are, on page 4 of 5, there are 2 paragraphs that are in red, highlighted, and stricken. As the policy has been recommended for adoption, will those 2 paragraphs be included or not?
So the reason they're highlighted and struck is so that you would see the change being made, number one. Number two, the second highlighted, board members shall not knowingly contact persons during the cone of silence, appears in the earlier portions of the policy, as Ms. Garcia said. The top one, communications with any board members regarding any aspect of the business shall be in writing and addressed to all board members. It's not specifically stated that as a restriction, but it's a communication with the board, so the idea of it's covered. Here's the issue with this. Saying that you are going to bar any vendor from not putting any communication with any board member in writing to all board members, it's a pretty lofty goal. I don't know that you'll be able to satisfy that.
Okay.
I know vendors, we know how they act, they send emails, they might not intentionally do it, and you can do it, and you can include that in there and make it that restrictive if you want to, but it is not recommended to have a policy that you're not going to be able to comply with.
Okay.
And I think that would be very, very difficult to comply with. So when we talked about it, we said, look, you've got the communication portion of it. They're not supposed to be lobbying, they're not supposed to be coming to you during the cone of silence, but the idea that communication with any of the board members regarding any aspect of the business shall be in writing, it's a little severe.
So the recommendation is to approve the policy without those items, and that's why they're stricken.
Correct, but
Okay.
to be clear, the communication during the cone of silence is covered in the prior section.
Correct. Okay.
Motion to approve CHE?
Second.
Motion to approve CHE local, made by Ms. Macias, seconded by Ms. Nájera. Any further discussion?
Discussion. Just a question. Did we clarify the amount of time? Here on page 3 of 5, it says 24 months. The period is up to the board. Do we agree to the 24 months?
I was fine with the 24.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Moving on to item then CV local.
So last month when we discussed CV, CVA, and CVB local, and I'm just gonna group them together, we did say that the title of Chief Operating Officer would be now the equivalent position that we have, which is the Facilities Director. However, there was a couple of areas, 4 areas to be exact, that said that the superintendent will chair those administrative committees, and that was not addressed. So on page 332, number 7, regarding competitive bidding, that's on the CVA. On page 333, number 2, those are the areas in CVA that state that the superintendent shall chair the administrative review committee. It's also on 337 and 338 on CVB. Those are the only areas that I would like to clarify, that the chair of the administrative review committee will go back to the facilities director as it was previously.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Questions?
Just one. Page 3 of 3, under construction phase, the last line, it says approved by superintendent. Was it double print? Approved by superintendent, approved by superintendent?
No, I was going to make a recommendation that it would be approved by somebody else. However, that it was still within the responsibility of the superintendent.
Any further questions?
Motion to approve?
Approved by somebody else.
Second.
Okay, motion to approve made by Ms. Gardea, seconded by Ms. Macias. Discussion?
To the point that Mr. Castellano made, I'm sorry, who is approving it?
So give me 1 second. So that specific part is under the construction phase, and that one states that if the contract, the overall contract increases by either 2% or 100,000, that will go to the board. If the amount decreases by the overall contract, then that will go to the superintendent. So that was going to be the question of whether or not y'all wanted to review it, but it is still within the superintendent's purview, so that was, I highlighted it and then I unhighlighted it, and the tracking changes still keep.
Okay.
So there wasn't going to be a request for a change on that one specifically.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Okay. And because these policies, again, for clarity, are all interrelated, we're taking these policies on all at once. CV, local, CVA, local, and CVB, local. Ms. Gardea, with your motion, was that your intent?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Macias, with your second as
Correct.
well? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The item passes.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to executive session. The meeting is to be closed for discussion with legal counsel regarding settlement demand and possible resolution of G. Sanders v. Socorro ISD, cause number 2022, DCV 3026, 205th Judicial District Court, El Paso County, Texas, to receive and discuss the recommendation of administration to propose non-renewal and or termination of the term contract of F. Alvarez, counselor at Myrtle Cooper Elementary School, B. McLaughlin, counselor at Frida P. Chavez Elementary School, P. Rodriguez, Sky Coach at Sunridge Middle School, A. Tucker, coordinator of sports programs and academic services, pursuant to the specific contract terms under policy DFBB, and as a result of the termination of ESSER and/or grant funding, to receive intrusion detection audit report findings and to discuss personnel and real estate matters under Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074. The date is Wednesday, May 15th, 2024, and the time is 9:42. We're back from executive session. The date is still Wednesday, May 15th, 2024. The time is 10:20, and we have a confirmed quorum. Continuing with our agenda, 12A, discussion and possible action regarding settlement demand. Mr. Blanco.
Thank you, Board President Nahara, Mr. Vasquez, and members of the board. I gave you an update on the negotiations and the recent settlement demand in the matter of G. Sanders versus Socorro ISD. Cause number 2022 DCV 3026, pending here in the 205th Judicial District Court in El Paso. We have a settlement demand, and the carrier has recommended accepting that settlement demand on the terms that I outlined for you in closed session. It's our recommendation that the board approve a motion to authorize us to complete the settlement in the matter of G. Sanders versus Socorro ISD on the terms we discussed in closed session.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion to approve made by Mrs. Nahara, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
The item passes. Moving on to item 12B, discussion and possible action regarding the recommendation of administration to propose non-renewals. Mr. Blanco.
Thank you, President Nahara. We went over the reasons for these items being included on the agenda, and we're gonna have to take them one at a time. This action is being necessitated by your local policy and the terms of the individual contracts that were issued for these positions, each of which is a grant-funded or an ESSER-funded position. So at this time, the recommendation from administration is to propose the non-renewal of the term contract of F. Alvarez, a counselor at Myrtle Cooper Elementary School, for the reasons discussed in closed session.
Mr. Blanco, now it's my understanding that, as you stated, non-renewal is being recommended because it is required by our policies as well as the job positions that these individuals were filling, correct?
Yes, the jobs that they hold.
I'm sorry.
Yes, the jobs that they hold are funded by grants or ESSER funds, which are temporary in nature. That funding is running out. And so this action is necessary. It doesn't preclude them from looking for other positions within the district.
Right, so between now and the end of the school year, if there are any open positions, they can still apply for those and continue their employment with the district should they find an alternative position.
That's correct.
Okay.
At this time, we have the recommendation pending for F. Alvarez, a counselor at Myrtle Cooper Elementary School, to issue notice of non-renewal under policy DFBB in the terms of the contract.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Gardea, seconded by Ms. Nahara. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes.
Thank you. And again, taking them in order, at this time, the recommendation of the administration is to approve the proposal to non-renew the term contract of P. McLaughlin, a counselor at Elfida P. Chavez Elementary School, again under policy DFBB, the contract terms and the reasons discussed in closed session.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Ms. Macias, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Continuing.
Thank you. At this time, we're asking the board to approve the recommendation of administration to propose a non-renewal of the term contract of P. Rodriguez, an SEI coach at Sunridge Middle School under policy DFBB local, the terms of the contract and for the reasons discussed in closed session.
Approve?
Second.
Motion to approve made by Ms. Nahara, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. And Mr. Blanco?
One more. Thank you. At this time, it is the recommendation of the administration that the board approve the proposal to non-renew the term contract of A. Tucker, a coordinator of sports programs and academic services, again under policy DFBB local, the terms of the contract and for the reasons discussed in closed session.
Approve.
Second.
Motion to approve made by Ms. Macias, seconded by Ms. Nájera. Discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? And the item passes.
Thank you.
There being no further business before this board, the meeting is adjourned. It is Wednesday, May 15th, 2024, and the time is 10:25 p.m.